Hello, hello, hello. Gonna be quiet a little bit. My dad is still sleeping. He was working late last night, so kind of quiet dustmite for a little bit. I put sparkling water in my coffee, lemon flavored sparkling water in my coffee, and it isn't going too well. You know, like it kind of fucking threw me off a little bit. It's really not what we should be doing anyway. All that aside, I did go through on some GitHub earlier today, and I implemented PBR. So we have PBR. Now, is it like the greatest PBR of all time? No, you're not gonna get any Pabst Blue Ribbon going on, but it exists. You see, so this is that blue light over there. So that's the green. You're not gonna be really able to see that one over there. Oh, there it is. So see that one, and the blue over there. So that's cool. I think that's pretty sick. A lot of fun to play with it. Pretty cool. Obviously the static geometry isn't in the shader. I don't really know what to do about that. I also don't really know what to do about that either. There's probably some way of fixing that, but I don't know. I have to look it up. Anyway, good fun. So now the question that is asked is like, so how do I unify the static objects with the dynamic objects? And I think that they're just going to have to go through the same pipeline, unfortunately. There has to be a way to save the runtime cost, and so that's what I'm going to be kind of working on. Probably going to have to do some resolution stuff to get it to run properly on my shitty hardware, as we all know. But that's going to be the goal. I thought I could just get away with bake lighting and all the static surfaces and stuff, but if I want to do the fun, fancy stuff, then I can't really just do bake lighting on the static surfaces, which means that the light maps will probably just be indirect anyway, so it's probably kind of sucky. Nice, I got physics working. I did. They're actually pretty cool physics. We can actually stack 20 cubes high. That's 20 cubes. Do I have any expertise with embedded C? No, I don't. I don't do embedded. But if it's C related, then I can definitely probably help out if it's C related, which it probably is, right? Anyway, it's pretty fun to play around with the fucking boxes. And I also, yesterday, this is what we implemented, right? It was the editor UI stuff, and the material menu, and things like this. The duplicate, it's totally C, but no header file. Well, that's just C. That's a good C. Header files are the only bad thing about C, really, to be honest. Anyway, so what are we doing today? Okay, so I made a little bit of a checklist, like things that we needed to do today. So since we have the PBR stuff kind of working, is like we need to figure out how we're going to import materials and things like this. Obviously, the question that gets brought up now is GLTF. Okay, like that's what we need to move towards. That's why we have gltf.c here, which is my old gltf parser from the old engine. Now, am I ready to really go down that rabbit hole and re-implement this file? Not exactly right now, because we're gonna run into a ton of issues. It uses some libraries. I can probably help if you need help or something. Maybe. I'm kind of bad though. Anyway, this was the old parser from the old game engine. That, like, half of this file is me, and half of it, like this function for example, was just straight up asking fucking ChatGPT to do it for me because I was really pissed off because I couldn't understand it. So this file is pretty interesting, the history that it's gone through, because half of it I don't really understand because the GLTF parsing stuff was super weird. The JSON stuff I did myself, and the actual doc kind of stuff at the end I did myself, but the stuff that does the accessors and the join stuff wasn't really me. And I never really parsed the material stuff properly. If you look here, I never parsed this. So I don't even know what I need to fill in here. So I have to figure that out too. So there's a lot of shit that I would need to do to get that working. So right now I'm not going to worry about it. Right now. Can't just move on from loops and if else. I haven't learned anything after all of these. You mean like just programming wise? In terms of like, you're stuck just on the basics, or are you talking about like, do you mean like structurally you have problems with like figuring out bigger concepts, I guess? Okay, so I wrote down here, we're going to keep track of what materials we have on material input, which will either be GLTF or MTL, but MTL at this point, we're outgrowing it, so I think for now what I'm going to do is we're going to hard code today 2 materials that we're just going to play around with. That's how we're going to do it. If no material texture, we're going to create a fallback path that binds a default texture that has nothing in it, so that we don't have branching in the shaders. And it's just going to be these textures that we're going to make that just have nothing in them, right? So the material 0 at index 0 is just going to have these textures inside of them and default values, because right now we don't really have a default material, so we're going to make that. And then we're going to sample the emissives. In lightmap baking and probe breaking, we don't have emissive set up yet, but I wanted to do that today because that's like an easy, fast thing that we can do. Fix probe bug with bright white light at bottom of the stack. I can show what this bug is. I'm trying to figure out. I think I had it on this. Okay, well, now this is going to throw me off. I think it's this. Yeah, I can show what that looks like. It's not really a bug as much as our probes are just bad. Our probes are, for whatever reason, just bad. But I can show what the probe lighting looks like on its own. This is the probe lighting on its own. So as you can see, it's like super fucking washed out. And just to show what the raw probe lighting is, this is the raw probe lighting. As you can see, it's just white, which is, it kind of makes sense because, well, let's try to rebake the probes without this lighting. So let's just set this lighting to 0. Let's set all of the other lighting that isn't the main directional light to 0, and then let's see if this stuff still happens. So let's see if it turns white. It does turn white. It does turn red, I mean. So it may just be that there's just too much light and the probe is picking up too much. So yeah. Same issues, gamma. Yeah, I mean, I do have gamma correction on for this, but yeah. I just kind of wanted to turn the directional light into just pure red so that we can test it. Just pure red. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it might not even be a problem with the probes. Yeah, it may just be the other lights. I don't know how to get out of this loops. With loop of loop. Can you just break? If you're a loop inside of a loop, then you can do a go-to. Or just do some booleans. Those are like the options. So anyway, I don't even know if it's a bug, like I was saying. It might just simply be that it looks super washed out because of the probes. Because of the lights that are next to the probe, I mean. I should probably make the bounding boxes for the lights bigger. Yeah. Then it just goes to regular. It probably is a problem with the probes, but let's actually check. I don't want to get too sidetracked here because there's more important stuff for us to be doing than this shit. But I want to check here what our spacing is. Our spacing is 2. Which is honestly, that should be like a fine amount of spacing. Afternoon to you as well. Don't know what to do after loop? Oh, after you get out of the loop. I have no clue because I don't know what exactly you're working on. Yeah, the fact that it and I am multiplying by the coefficients. Are these coefficients correct? I thought that I saw them with pi. Let me look this up. Probe spherical harmonic coefficients. Okay, no. Tell me what the... What are they called? The 3 coefficients. The third order coefficient. Okay, it's not telling me. Whatever, I don't really... I'll figure this out later. Yeah, let me not get too distracted right now with this. Yeah, it didn't used to be so bright. The probes. Hey, are you working on an engine only, or is this for a project you're doing or a game? I guess the engine is for a game, yeah. Suppose you know A to L in alphabet. I don't know what to do to learn after L. Oh, I get what you mean. Oh, so you're talking about what to learn in general, in terms of like programming. Um, I'm not sure. I think like structures and algorithms and stuff like that is pretty fun. The math stuff is pretty fun. You know, like if you have the basics like loops and if else's down, then I think like just like do projects and you'll get the rest of it. Yeah. I think that's. I didn't understand your question, but I think that's pretty much. Let me try something here, just out of like pure curiosity. Oh, also, I wonder if this normal fucks things up. Let me try something, just out of like pure curiosity. No, it's still white. Alright, so let's just try the first few harmonics themselves. No, it still looks pretty washed out. How many rays do I use when that's a good question. How many rays do I use? 32. Okay, well that might make sense then. Okay, that's a bit better. That is a bit better. It is still pretty washed out, but that's a bit better. Really, for a more engineering such embedded. Yeah, I mean, it does depend what you want to do, yeah. And it does entirely depend what you want to do. Yeah. I think the problem is that we have probes up here that sample the light down there, and then kind of washes it out because it samples just like both green, blue light. Like it doesn't really have attenuation in it based on distance. I don't know if that's what you're supposed to have. Hold on, let me look that up. Do you need attenuation for distance with probe indirect lighting? That might be something that I need. Moving further from a dark probe naturally lowers its weight and impact as you approach a neighboring probe with different values. I think I just realized something. That's the problem. The problem is that we don't have neighboring probes because we go off of the thing. Also, our probe textures might not actually be our probe textures might not even be, they might wrap around. Where do I create the probe textures? Oh, I probably create them over here actually. Generate probe textures. I do clamp to edge. Yeah, but they don't have a border, so if they go out of bounds. Okay. I get it. I get what's happening. If I manually inflate the scene ABB, then I wonder. Okay, let's actually print out what the world min and world size is. Let's not be stupid and use this. World min, and I want to see world size, because I need to know how big we need to make them. So Z is 48. So that has to be correct. That has to be correct. Huh. Okay, so I mean it does go up to 48. So that is entirely correct. Let me try less probe spacing. Took a little bit longer to bake. And yeah, that's way better. That is way better. That is like the amount of kind of performance, like that just looks so much fucking better. It just like clearly interpolates a lot better as you go up. Yeah. Okay. Now I don't know if we're gonna leave that, because that's actually kind of just like is gonna take forever to bake, depending on our on how big our shit gets. But anyway, for now, let's just keep this like that. Okay. So GLTF we aren't going to get into. I think that just fixes the probe bug, because I just proved that it's not a bug, so we can take that off of the list. Okay, so let's do this thing where we are going to hard code 2 materials at the beginning. Let's just hard code 2 materials, and so let's figure out how we're going to do that. So we don't have anything that we need to do here. We just need to do this stuff to init a new material. So let's actually go into init and make that a function, which is just going to init a material to the default values. Okay, so we'll just call this function here. I should call it init new material. Because that just is way more descriptive in terms of what it actually does. I always do feel like kind of like a, I don't know, like a I don't know, like a fake, because I program in C, but I don't do embedded. So many people come in here expecting embedded just because I work in C and I feel bad about it. And I ask what material is in a context of graphics programming. So basically, let's say we have this tums. We have this thing of tums here. Okay, So this Tums is made up of different materials, right? So you've got like the plastic, the smooth plastic on the top, and then like the rough, grippy plastic on the side, and then the paper on the front, right? And so that's what the materials are. Is like it's like the plastic on the side is gonna have a high roughness, and then the smooth one is gonna maybe have like metallic for the reflections, and the paper is probably just going to be flat diffuse, right? And so that's what materials are, right? Is they just, when we batch draw calls, it just tells us what textures to bind and what to do in terms of lighting. That's pretty much what a material is. Yeah. Okay. So in our fake little init globals here, for now we'll just hard code those materials that we want to make, just so that we don't have to code the GLTF parser right now. Default mat equals init new material with file name of default mat. Okay, so that should it goes to a default, which we set it at this. The diffuse is 1, metallic 0, 0.5 roughness. I think that this is exactly what you want. We don't have AO, obviously, and obviously you want to go mat text equals null, so that's what I'm going to do now. We want to set all the textures to null, so that if we don't have any textures, then we're just going to fall back to the defaults. So setting these to null is actually kind of dangerous because we want to bind them later. And so I was thinking maybe we would make like dummy textures for exactly this purpose. The problem with doing so, I think we should actually just code that. I think what a lot of other engines do is that they have like debug textures, like ones that are just like orange, black, or black, orange, like that sort of thing. I don't think I'm going to do that because I'm not making source engine, but I think I'll probably just like make a white, I'll just code like a white 1x1 texture. And for the ARM one, I already said what values I'm going to do. So I'm just going to fill those with things. This emissive text, I don't even think that this is a thing. That's a thing. I think maybe it's a thing, but we won't be worrying about that today. Anyway, the default 3 textures, we need to make those. So that's what I'm going to do. We'll have those as, we have the images, right? So this is where all of our textures are going, and we init it here. And so we need to, after we init our images, we need to init those 3 dummy textures. That will be our fallback for when a material comes in that we don't have any data for. How many boxes am I planning on stacking today? Well, we got to 20, and so I feel like it's time to hang up my hat in terms of the boxes, because it's at the point where I feel like if we stack more than 20 boxes, then the physics engine is probably not realistic, grounded in reality anymore. Until you go to functions, arrays, and strings. Yeah, that's good. Strings are can get pretty tricky, to be honest. Init default textures, and we'll put those into image. We want to get an image pointer for default diffuse equals vector expand globals dot images by 1. Okay, now what is an image again? It has a path, channels, buffer. Okay, so for now we'll just sprintf into, and yes, we are sprintfing because fuck you. The default diffuse will have 4, yeah. I stopped asking AI to help me debug my code. Yeah, I don't think that they help with that, unfortunately. They don't really tend to help very much. Now the question is, no, you know what? We're just gonna go default diffuse buff equals null. We want to set a thing. So I guess we'll just do vec for default diffuse and dd.x equal, yeah, let's just set it to 1 1 1 1, and then we will create the texture with it. So luckily all of them are going to be the same. After we just make this one by hand, all of them are going to be, we can just copy and paste the code. Now the question is, what do we make it? Do I make it RGB-A8 or sRGB? I don't think it matters. I'm not gonna lie, I just don't think it really matters. Asking, interesting. I almost read it. We're just gonna go 32F because that's what our vec4s are, and obviously we don't need any interpolation on it. And I think clamp to edge doesn't matter in this case. So, default diffuse GL gen textures 1. Alright, that should be it, right? I did that right. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, we can move on. So I just need to do this for the other ones. I removed it. That's fine. That's fine. I don't care. So instead of diffuse, this one is going to be the default. Let's do normal first. Default normal map. And that's going to be 0.5 each one of them. Other than that, it should be exactly the same. Also, I have to obviously upload the pixels, which I have neglected to do. Okay, so that's the default normal, And then we want to replace normal with arm. And can't I make it in Unity? I guess, but then it would probably suck because Unity sucks. Watching videos, you were using Mint, Linux Mint? Yeah, back there. back then, yeah. Default ARM is gonna be, we did this earlier, 1.0, yeah, and then 0, and then this doesn't matter. Actually, let's just do 3 channels for this. Because an ARM should be 3 channels. Actually, yeah, let's just make this 3 channels as well. I don't think that, yeah, we should be doing this in the same way that we do our other textures that we load in, which I'm pretty sure that they are sRGB8, so we should probably just make these sRGB8. Actually, just do can you No. Is it gonna be? Yeah, just do RGB then. Just do RGB. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's just do vec3s because everything should be internally vec3s for this. Use Unreal Engine. You must not know me very well if you think that I would enjoy using a game engine. I like coding. Tell me what I can do with C in a software engineering perspective. You can do anything. That's the good thing about C, is that you can do anything with it. Okay. I think that we did it. So this init default textures we'll call it right after this to get our image set up with those default textures. And what we want is to have let's actually get pointers to all of the default textures as globals. I think that that's just a good idea, right? Think. I get anxiety watching me code 1,000 while you can do it only when needed. Okay. Do you enjoy programming? Or do you just not like programming? If you don't like programming, then that's fine, right? Like, if you don't like programming, then that's absolutely fine. But I understand why you don't get it. You know what I mean? Not disrespecting, but I'm just and I don't feel this efficient. It might be your hobby. It's not my hobby. It's what I do, right? I make 3D art, right? Like, with, I don't know, like, what the fuck are you talking about? The fuck do you mean? Like, what? Like, it's just crazy to me. It's crazy. I don't know, man. It's just whatever, dude. um Tell you about software I don't even want to, like, the AI roles. Get, I'm not ignoring you. That guy just pissed me off. I don't know what you can get, to be honest. You can literally do anything. But you're probably gonna have to do C++. But I mean, basically, C++ is, anybody that writes good C++ knows that it's just fucking C. I don't hate you or your work, or just curious, right? Right. Yeah, everything else is figured out. So that's that. And we want to get one more. That's the one that we're gonna set up for testing the whole pipeline today, and that will be just, we're gonna call it test mat. So we need to init the textures for that. So let's figure out how to do that. I call it add image to registry on it, but the thing is, I don't know the file formats of those, so I have to look that up. Do I feel fun? Yeah. I don't know. Just because, like, it's such a stupid argument to say, like, just because somebody else made a game engine, that you can just use it to make something that you want. Like, using a commercial game engine is the most uninspiring process in fucking existence. It is so uninspiring, and it's the reason why, like, you can tell a Unity game from a fucking mile away. Like, that's the problem, right? I come from an age of, like, art creation, game creation, where everything had boutique engines that felt like them, like Source Engine, Quake Engine. Like, these things were, made for the game that they made. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's completely, pathetic to think of it that way. Like, it's not, I don't know. It's just not the way it should be, in my opinion. But whatever. Yeah, I don't know the file format. I think I have this in here somewhere. When I loaded in the normals, gaming exchange, everything is about how games do to every penny from you. Yeah, exactly. The amount of, like, shit that I get from game devs in my, like, recommended that are like, here's how you make a RPG game. It's like, like, just like, does anybody do, like, anything for, like, passion? anymore, or is it just trying to make it as a game developer? It's like you've got like the whole wrong idea. Like, it's art, you know. It's not like, I don't know. It's very weird. I'm looking for it. I don't see it. Maybe I just loaded it in as normal. Yeah. As RGB8 alpha 8. RGB8 RGB. I think you can load it in as sRGB. It doesn't matter for the normal map. But yeah. Yeah, this is sRGB8 alpha 8. But I think that you can just, like, I'm already doing it as sRGB8, so I think it doesn't matter. Let's actually try it. Does this matter? I don't know. Am I rich? No. No, I'm not rich. And I don't want to be rich, because then if you're rich, then you're just a part of the problem. I don't know. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That is exactly what I thought. Fuck. I think maybe because... Do we force it to 3 channels? No, we don't. How about this? Let's just do this. What type do I do? GL and Sunbite? That should be the exact same thing, yeah. Okay. Likewise here, we just won't take in this as an argument anymore, because there should be no real need to. This works, right? If I compile. You enjoy watching it? Well, thank you. Okay, so everything went to the default one, which is what we want. So this is our default material, and if we go here, it says default matte, and obviously the metallic changes and everything, but it's not. It doesn't have a diffuse texture, right? This is a missive. I don't know why I haven't named that. Okay, so that's what we wanted. I mean, I wouldn't force anybody to like the stream. That's... Yeah, so load texture, we won't even force it. We'll have the default, and that's it. Okay, now the cool thing here is that we can go through and now, you know, manually do this, right? So, does load texture gives us an integer, right? It has to, right? Yeah, that's exactly what we want. So test mat diffuse text for our test material, and then we'll put in textures slash, and then I got this texture earlier today, that one, and it's mad at us because we don't have load.h. Why is it mad? Oh, because it's an image. Oh. Okay, so we have to add image to registry. That's what I need, add image to registry, and then it gives me the image. That's the function I wanted. I don't have that in the header, that's the problem. Did I implement PBR? I did. It's not hard. I mean, I just basically just like looked at this guy's GitHub and then just stole it. I don't think, I mean, at least it's just like Fresnel, basically, but more complicated. But the only hard thing about ARM and PBR and that stuff is that now you are tied to memory and textures and shit like that, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like a pain in the ass, because now I have to do all the GLTF parsing and that stuff, that's the hard part. OpenGL is PBR, yeah. It says tries are bad. It's like doing things badly never stopped me before. What do you mean tries? You mean like triangles? Okay, hopefully I set this up properly. So now if we don't use our default mat and we instead do the test mat, let's see. There we go. Okay, so we set up the test mat. I thought that this was going to be a good one because you can easily see the normals and shit on it once we do like the normal map. Hopefully it'll like, you know, pop a little bit. Anyway, Polyhaven tries in Blender instead of quads. Yeah. Yeah, they do love their rules, the topology rules, all the Blender people. Not to say that, like, you know, I've had some cursed topology before because of my fucking bullshit, you know. Trust me, been there, done that. But I can't make a good model, so I'm just gonna pretend that it's that it's on purpose, you know. Okay, so diffuse text, we want to, in our dynamic shader, we want to rename these, I think, uDiffuse, because I did this earlier today just to get things more organized. I copied this from Jarvis earlier today. I don't know if this is exactly what I'm gonna do, but I think that this is apparently the formula. I also have, I was gonna look because I also should have this in a shader here. I should have it in one of my shaders where I was doing the normal map stuff. But maybe this is different from what I was doing before. Yeah, with this. But this was like trilinear before, so this was trilinear stuff. So I don't think that the that this applies, actually. Problem with tries is that they screw up materials, but I'm not doing anything with the materials right now. Yeah, I'd say don't listen to the topology people. I would say don't listen to them. Yeah, apparently you're supposed to do a tangent, and I didn't do that here, so I'm just going to, yeah, so I'm supposed to make a tangent to the normal as well. So V tangent. But if I remember correctly, it should be unless I don't know what I'm doing at all, which is possible. I mean, let me think for a second. Yeah, the last time I did this was in a function that's called calculate compute. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so just do this. It's the normal first. It's the up vector first, which I'm glad that I checked because I totally would not have done that. We write this in OpenGL in GLSL. Wait, what was it? It's X first. It might actually be Y. I don't really know what's forward and what's right. We just need a solid basis to cross against for when we do the normal maps. Okay. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I haven't even bound the fucking thing. So, for each one of these, right? First of all, let's just get. Let's start by putting mat equals at mats sm material, so that this is easier to do. So if sm material, or if mat diffuse text is null, else we will bind it. And if it's null, then we will bind the default one that we just made. The uniform should always be going with forward and what is right. Yeah, I do decide what is forward and what is right. I just forget what I decided was forward and what is right. The up, of course, I know is up, okay, but I do tend to forget which one I said is right and forward, and then I find out later. I think it's X forward. Okay, I think it's X forward. I'm like 99% sure. But who really knows, you know? There we go. And we just want to do this for each one. So we'll do 11 and 12. And that's all of our textures. Also, we named this different. I think I did that. I did that like that. Did I? I didn't. Okay. Y forward and negative X right. That's probably the way to go about it. I have always had problems with what I end up with my convention, just because I have my own matrix math. So kind of like whatever I coded in my math library in the beginning is just now what happens, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, because I'm not rewriting my make look at function. Unfortunately, you know what I mean. I got rid of the draw call, which is really not great. Okay, let's see if, well, actually, okay. Up, undeclared. Oh, yeah, you're so right about that. Where is the problem? 67. 67. I didn't put this here. That's what the problem is. Okay, so we didn't actually do anything with the normal map, right? I saw an error. Okay, maybe I didn't see an error. Failed to load image for the normal map. Failed to load image. Okay. So that's a problem. That is a problem. We called add image to registry on it. I didn't put sRGB8 there, but I think this not data should would happen if there's nothing there. I did it wrong. I did it wrong. Nor GL. That's what it's called. So okay. So I'm just gonna check that we loaded it this time. Yes. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. Okay. So now how do we do this? So apparently we've taken the tangent. Then we get the bit tangent. And then we use this as our normal. I think what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to replace n with this. Because I don't think the n is used for... I mean, it is used for this, actually, which is kind of important for us to not have that. Let's just see what it does. I don't know. Oh, right, it's actually on this, not that, because that's the static object. Okay. Yeah, that's working. I think that's pretty obviously working, because you can see it on the side. I wonder if I ever did this correctly before. Don't really know. Anyway. I think that's working. First try, I guess. I will probably have to test it later, but like I said, the last time I did this, I did it a completely different way. I mixed this n with this n. So I don't really know if that's important. Also, something that I should check, does it fuck with my shadows? Oh, we won't even know because this isn't... You know what, let's actually change that right now then. Since we're not really testing the baked lighting, let's just change the just change this plane to a dynamic object so that we can see what it looks like. Okay, it doesn't really fuck with the normal, it looks like. It doesn't fuck with the... Yeah, I think that it's fine. It's hard to tell. You know what I could do instead? We could just visualize the normal, just to know that it's working. Let's just go n times 0.5 plus 0.5. Yeah. Yeah, that seems correct to me. Yeah, that looks pretty correct because the leaves are coming out of the surface. It's kind of hard to tell. On the green side it's really easy to tell, but yeah, I think that it's fine. Okay. So what was I going to do next? Oh right, I was gonna actually use the arm. I don't think I need to times 2.0 minus... No, because that's -1 to 1, obviously. Floor should be blue. It is blue. What do you mean? I just got rid of it, but it was blue. It is a bit green. It might just be how it comes across on the stream. I can try turning off the gamma correction maybe, and then we can see. It's a bit green because of the edges of the leaves. It is a bit green, yeah. You are right, it is a bit green. It is mainly blue, though. There's more cyan than blue. Yeah, that is true. I think that might be just like the tone mapping in general. How about this? Let's just show what the normal is like without it. See, the normals themselves. Also, red is oranges. Yeah, I think it's like extra tone mapping I have somewhere, or let's just do this. How about this? Let's just do this. There you go. There you go. When you normalize it between like this, this becomes light blue because it's now this is, because now it's from 0 to 1 instead of -1 to 1, you know what I mean? So it just becomes different when you normalize it like that. Okay. So I'm just making sure to do this. We want to apply the factors beforehand. I think that's the way to go about it. At least that's what I would guess. And so we'll just use this here. It would be really nice to remove this if statement here. And so we can probably think of a way to do that. It's probably very possible to get rid of this if statement, because all we're doing is dividing by the distance here. And we don't do it for the directional light. So there's probably a way that we just can do it. Not really sure. It's not that big of a deal. Dividing by the 0. You're probably right. Have another if statement. Well, the distance is never going to be negative, so I don't even have to worry about it. Well, then I could actually... Let's not do that. Gotta break that 0 down into more 0. Okay. And I wrote this down here. I like AO as capitals better for whatever reason. I did say that. So I don't know if this is going to change anything. I also was going to have the baked AO be in its own channel. Holy fucking shit, that's dark. What the fuck? Whoa. 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 Whoa, fellas. What? Oh, did I? Oh, that's why, because I took off the gamma correction when we were testing. Yeah, there we go. Nice glossy looking leaves. It's way better on my end, but you're just gonna have to trust me here that they are nice and glossy. Beautiful. Beautiful. Noise? What do you mean noise? When my webcam does the thing, or when my thing does the thing? Yeah. Gotta buy another one. And with what money? Yeah. I kind of picked not a great texture to test this out on. It wasn't like, this wasn't like the greatest choice. Oh, noise instead of nice. Oh, yeah, it autocorrects it. The Google Translate autocorrects it to noise for me, which is pretty funny. I wish that when you jump on this, I wish that it tipped over, but it doesn't, for whatever reason. I don't know why, because the impulse obviously works, but anyway, that's that setup. So now for our materials, we have a pipeline that, does the, assigns the default textures and all that. That's cool. I want to bake AO. I already have baked AO in the light map, but yeah. Also, I guess the goal is to make just this be the main shader and not have a separate one for the static light map. Yeah. Yeah, let's see then. The tricky thing though is that in dynamic.vert we do all the sampling for the probes, and we don't want to do that for all of the static objects. That seems like a big waste. So we might have to have an if statement here to avoid all of the texture fetches. But yeah, I don't know. Apparently there's I don't know how this works, but apparently there's a this. You can apparently do this, and it's like a compile time directive for GLSL. I don't know how to do that though. Unfortunately, it would be like really, really nice to do so, but we can't really. So it would be really nice though. so that I didn't have to copy the shader basically. Anyway, so we want the static object. So let's go back to this and make this a static object again. It should be the same as in C. Yeah, I know, but I don't know. So the problem is that you have to inject it compile time into it. So it basically makes two shaders, I think. But I don't know how to inject the 1 or the 0 to flip the flag. I looked it up earlier today and I couldn't figure it out. So I might eventually do that, but for right now it's like something that it is OpenGL. Yeah, it is OpenGL. You have to inject it manually, I think, via text into the shader. And I don't know how to fucking do that. It's basically just makes two shaders, I think. Which is basically what it does in C as well, but that's just handled by the compiler, right? I can probably stop being quiet now because it's 11 a.m., but okay, so we made that as a static object again. So if we want to make this a static object and use it, so what are we gonna do? We can do the use probe thing for now, and then just have one big file, and then we can have the light map also there. So this shadow map, the light map, right? The light map. So we want to move this light map to there, to the dynamic.frag, and then we'll sample this as well. We'll sample the light map as well, but we'll have a dummy light map for we have to make a dummy light map. Yeah, dummy light map is fine. So we'll have a dummy light map as well for if it's a dynamic object. Remember, you feed the shader into the driver directly in OpenGL as a source. Yeah. That is what you do. It's literally just a text file that you upload as a program. So basically, what I think it is, it's like it just generates the two different ones for you. But I don't know how to choose the flag. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I know how syntactically you can write the if 1 or 0 or whatever, but I don't know how in obviously your program, when you bind it, how you can choose which shader to bind, and I couldn't figure it out. I like looked it up, but I couldn't figure it out. Okay, so we're gonna have a dummy light map, so we can make that real quickly. I think that's my solution. I think that's my solution for this, is to just bind a dummy light map so that we don't have to do any more unnecessary if statements. Jarvis probably does. I did ask the Google AI overview, right? And I did read that, and it was like this is how, in GLSL you do the primary directives, and it didn't really like actually tell me how to do it. But I probably should have just like asked. But I didn't ask earlier. But either way, it's like not in this case, it's not gonna save me a lot of grief anyway. It's not gonna save me a ton of grief. Okay, so we want to make that default texture on a knit. And knit default textures. That is exactly what we want to do. Default arm, replace it with dummy light map. Also, interesting that I had this here. Totally missed that, so I'm glad that I came back here and saw that, because I would have never figured that out. And for the dummy light map, first of all, it's going to be a Vec4 because the fourth channel is ambient occlusion. So I think you leave that default as 1. 4 channels. If I had to guess, it would be 0.5. If I had to guess. Or no. Just go 1.0. Yeah. Or is it? What did I do my default diffuse? I did my default diffuse at 0.5. Yeah. So just do the same thing, just in the middle. I think that makes sense to my mind. Though, like, thinking about it, it doesn't make sense because you're technically subtracting from the light, but I think the way lighting works out, you want it that way anyway, so whatever. Also, I totally fucking didn't do this here. I didn't do dearm. So okay, that's fine. So dummy light map is set up. And so when we bind our stuff in render, we want to do that. So bind dynamic shader is a function that binds everything else. So to technically be in the same order as everything is, we technically do want to do this. Although that's such a pain in the ass. But it's like a little bit of OCD that if I don't do that, then it's gonna really piss me off. So I have to change that to be in a certain order, because that's just the way that it logically should be. The light map should be before the shadow map, and then the other stuff comes later. Oh, wait. Eh. Oh, I don't even know if it's... Oh. Okay, let's just take in a boolean. What do I call this? Holy shit, what the fuck? I don't have that as just a nice little global. I have this as a giant... And I know I have to cache the position soon. I know. I will get to it, I promise. We don't really have to bind it for the static. I wonder if it's faster to avoid all of the binds if it's just just do this, right? Okay. So that's the new bind dynamic shader, and all it's going to take in is M static mesh. To follow the naming convention, I should really make this ULite map. That just kind of bothers me. I don't know why. Sorry. Okay, everything is nicely cleaned up. This is definitely going to have to be that. I don't know why I did that. Okay, so now we go into the vert shader, and we will take in that use probe flag, and we'll just do that, right? We will just do that. If use probe, and we'll make vec3 probe light equals 0, 0, 0. And that's that. And then the only thing that's going to change is in here, where we need to now sample the light map. And we use that instead of the probe lighting for the indirect. So 3 irradiance, if use probe, irradiance equals V color, else irradiance equals texture U light map ULM UV dot RGB. And that is not, it's V LMUV, it's V LMUV for the U light map UVs, and then also for the indirect for the AO, you want to multiply by that as well. Right, so here you do it. So let's just sample it once. Vec4 LM equals and then the irradiance will equal lm.rgb, and then we will do AO times the lm dot a for that final channel that we were talking about, for the baked ambient occlusion. And we never actually implemented that though, so I'm gonna do that right now. It shouldn't be that hard. I already technically have it, I just didn't put it in a different channel. So here I want to make it RGBA now. That is kind of going to be an insanely big pain in the ass, because I need to make everything Vec4s now. I didn't really like think about how much of a pain in the ass that's gonna be until I just did it right now. And then I immediately realized, oh, that's gonna be an absolute pain in the ass. Actually, so let's just make the UV buffer vec4s, and then the AO will just be separate. And oh, the LD buffer. Oh, you sweet summer child. That's gonna cause a lot of errors. Actually, maybe not that bad. Do I have this as a function? Vec3 to vec4. I do have that as a function. So that's pretty neat. You can do that. And then the AO goes into it, etc., etc., etc. Vec3 lighting, and then you take vec4 to vec3, and you do the swap there. Okay, and let's see just if this... Oh, you want to start all of the AOs at 1.0 actually. All of the AOs need to be 1.0. So let's just make sure UV buffer index dot W starts at 1.0f. That's important. Syntax error 80. What? If it's in a different shader? Oh, it's in a different shader. I coded in if apparently, and then I forgot because I was talking. That's why I should never... Oh, no. If use probe. Oh, if use probe equals 1. They get mad at you if you don't do that. That's very true, OpenGL. You do get mad at me if you do that. Yeah. Static mesh, we want to set also 1 called use probe. We want to set to 0, and then use probe to 1 if it's not a static mesh. What? Oh, I also didn't put a that's also a thing that I didn't do. Should I have undeclared identifier and dynamic.frag? Oh, I renamed shadow map. And now we should be unified for one shader officially. So what I can do is just simply get rid of the static mesh shader and oh. Well, we unfortunately can't get rid of this. So this is gonna have to be the switch at the end. But we can do that. The reason why this is a thing, I can't really explain it right now, but there is a reason why that's a thing. Use probe undeclared identifier. Really? I'm smelling that we did something wrong here. I'm smelling it. 289. If use probe equals 1. And there's a seg fault. Let's see. Seg fault at GL text image 2D 1655. I probably malloc it to a vec3. I didn't see where I malloced it. I probably malloc it in a init UV light map up here. Do I? Well, I obviously do this wrong. And calloc to atlas width times size of vec4. Okay, there we go. And there's no lighting. Okay. How about this? How about this? Let us we should still be getting direct though, regardless of anything. We should be getting direct. So this smells like something I oh, hold on a second. 10, yeah, I didn't move everything else up in number. Now, is that the only problem? I don't know. Okay, I don't think so. Retrieving mesh. I think maybe that was that way before. Let's try not having the plane as a static object. I probably fucked something up here, huh? How about this? Let's try just using albedo. Okay. That's just black. See if we can get white. Okay. So if albedo is black, I wonder if it's the shadow or something. Oh, but that would only do this. What the fuck did I do? What the fuck did I do? That is the question. How's my albedo black? Maybe I fucked up the material initialization or something. This should still work, right? That does work. That does work because it's white. And now this is black. Any thoughts on the new dot hack game? I haven't played any of the dot hack games personally. Oh, wait a second. No. Let's see this. Let's see if we can do that. If we're iterating through the lights. We are iterating through the lights. We're just getting nothing out of it. Okay, let's test something then. Let's get rid of this. And let's just set albedo to red. See, that's what I'm worried about. Hold on a second. I think I may have renamed something without renaming it out there. Not many people have law. Is it a niche title? One of the PS2 peeps who had. Is it on the PS2? I do have a PS2. This is so strange. Why do the lights not work? Like, it's the lighting that doesn't work. But we aren't even sampling the light map, so I don't understand why it would break anything. Like, maybe it just breaks something. Let's try something. Let's try not baking a light map at all. It might seg fault us. No, doesn't seg fault us. Longer the days since couch co-oping with, yeah. Those were in fact the days. Good times. Used to do it with my dad a lot. I do miss those times a lot. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Can't be this. The probe light wouldn't change anything. In fact, I wonder if we can check the probe light if it comes through. But then we have to bake the light map. No. Just see some spherical. Yeah, I do on my probes. I do have them. How alienating society is like that. Yeah, it kind of does suck nowadays. It does. It is not very fun to play. You can't really play games with friends anymore, you know. It does really suck. How about this? Let's just not use the dummy light map. Man, there's definitely something here that I fucked up. I probably renamed something or some shit, and now everything doesn't work. It's also impossible for me to even test what's broken because it's the whole thing that's kind of broken. I might just honestly run back all of the changes that I made because I mean that would definitely suck, but I feel like that's probably the best way through it. Is it a 3D grid probe? Yeah, it is. It's just a texture 3D over everything. I'm sorry that I'm kind of like not showing it off well right now because everything's broken. Yeah, it's also weird that V color doesn't come through. Even though it should just be this. Oh, no, it's not coming through because we don't have a static mesh. Because it needs to bounce off of a static mesh for the light map to work. So that's why that's broken. It's not why the whole thing is broken, but that needs to be a static mesh for us to have. Yeah, so we do. So this is the probes. There's the probes. Just the probe lighting itself. So that's that. Well, at least that works. So that's the static. So that's why the static is working. But this is not. It's not working. The direct is not working. Oh, hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second. It may have been something with the AO. No? Yeah, I already checked. We are going through this. I wonder if the light color is bad. Let me try that. Let's try just adding the light color. The directional light just isn't coming through, but that's fine. Yeah, so the light color is fine actually. I wonder if there's like some error that we're getting when we compile the shader that that we just don't see. Huh. A really long time to bake your maps. Yeah. That's why I just turn indirect off a lot of the times when I'm doing stuff. I do tend to do the indirect off. It could also technically be the view dir. You know what? Let's actually just let's just do. Let's just try something like that. Just like go back to basics on the whole thing. Still wrong. It could technically be the normal. The normal. It's the normal. Oh my gosh. It's the normal. It's the normal. Okay. Can we go back to rendering things correctly now? Okay. Okay, there we go. Why is the normal bad on the normal map? Why is the normal map bad? Maybe I need to put it at 0 because this is non-normalized. Let's actually test this. When I init the default textures in the default normal map, I set it to 0.5. I set it to 0.5. But I guess I should have set it to 0.0. So let's test that out. It doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. It does not look right, but maybe it doesn't. It doesn't matter since it's just the default thing. But yeah, at 0.5 it just doesn't work. Right? That was the problem. Yeah, 0.5 it just doesn't work at all. I'm guessing it can go to -1. All right, well, we'll leave it at 0. We'll leave it at 0 for now, for that. Yeah, that was lame. Well, I mean, we really went through it. Okay, are we back to? We are not back to working. What did I do that touched the normal? Oh, this just doesn't work. Oh, it may be fucking fried. So the probes work. Does albedo work? No. Hold on a second. I think I just realized something. Let's try and hard code this mat to be mat 0. Or... Huh. I don't think we have a 1. We're not actually getting any errors, but we are... Everything got bad once I did this. Everything got bad once I did that. And now that works fine. I think that might be a different issue. I used to have this. I had this, actually. I had that. I think what happened is that I coded things wrong the first time, and then but then they worked, and now we're having troubles. Oh, I'm not outputting anything. Oh, okay. Okay. So what fixed it? Was it really that? Is it really that texture? Huh. Why? Vector expand images. 1. We don't use it. Delight. What? Well, I'm happy that I found the bug, but I don't know why it's a bug still. I don't know why it's a bug. Oh my fucking god, I think I just realized it. Oh my god, I think I just realized it. I just got it. Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. I'm so fucking dumb. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe that. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Okay, I think I just realized something. Well, I mean, I did just realize something. So, I didn't actually, like, think through. I just kind of, like, threw it together, the globals.images this vector, but I didn't actually think that we're using pointers into it. Like, why didn't I not fucking think that into a vector? You can't do that. Duh. I just didn't, like, put 2 and 2 together in my brain because I usually work with indices. But I set this up in a way where it's not obviously not supposed to be a vector. And so we're reallocating memory that we're leaving dangling pointers to. It's really funny that I was like, why do I not have a texture anymore? Yeah. Be that a lesson to any of you who aren't, you know, don't do this. Don't do what I just did. So now we have to decide if I want to use pointers, then we have to, like, have an arena or something like this for it, or why not use C++ because I don't like C++. My own vector implementation is fine. It's, you know, it's the same as in C++, but I find no need for a lot of the things in C++. I don't like object-oriented programming very much at all. I don't see a need for it. I think I'm just going to use indices, though, at least for right now. It was kind of convenient to use pointers, so I know why I did it, because it makes it a lot easier than just having integers that are -1. Like I would have in the material now, I have to have an integer that's -1 for no texture. But I mean, it's better than, you could have an arena, but it feels overkill for just textures that are just storing a path. But you could technically just like allocate a certain amount and then just like keep track of it. But if you ever want to change it, then those pointers are going to go bad anyway. So yeah, don't use pointers. Just literally do this. I mean, it would be so convenient otherwise, but you know, that is what it is. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I'm so dumb. Just totally didn't register in my brain. Just totally did not. And that's why they do not let me touch production code. And they will never let me touch production code, but okay. So oh my gosh. Honestly, it would be probably faster to just rewrite it. Anyway, this is the pattern you should do when you use vectors for things that are going to live a long time. Is exactly just this. You just set it to the count -1, obviously, for the index. But to be honest, you should probably have some better allocation stuff. I just kind of like, there's so much shit that follows a similar pattern at this point that I'm gonna change it at some point, but yeah, I'm not gonna change it right now. Okay. We have a couple of things here. Okay, so we're gonna have some issues here because I have to refactor a bunch of shit. Luckily, it should be all fairly localized. It isn't like, we weren't using this for a long time, but this is not gonna give, obviously it has to give an integer now. The only downside to a system like this is that it's not thread safe. It's very not thread safe. That's the downside to something like this. But something else you can do with a system like this is you could just have one thread that handles the allocation stuff, and the, you know, that sort of thing. So as long as you have all the functions that needs to run, you can do something like that. It's not like the end of the world, right? But yeah, that's the downside. That is the downside. Why is this actually giving me... what is the error? Int conversion. Did I not save this or something? It brought a pointer to instru... oh, because it's in the header. I don't usually have functions like that in headers. So I was kind of confused. Okay, so all of that's figured out. We are gonna have to go into here. That's something else. So we need to go, first of all, get rid of the static mesh stuff. That's the wrong one. So we want to get the images. So we're gonna get image pointer images equals castvec globals.images, and we want to get -1. There we go. Okay. That's the pattern we're gonna do. All the way down. And this will just go into here. Okay, so I definitely missed something somewhere. Without a doubt, we fucking missed something. I'm gonna comment back in all of the shit that we commented out while I was looking for that bug. That's what it is. Okay. Hopefully I don't have any other errors. Okay, we do in lightmap.c. We have this image. So we have to get image pointer images. I think I cast it at the top, so it's fine. But once again, yeah, not very thread safe at all. Like, very not. Very, very, very not. To be doing what I'm doing. But that's a problem for later me. Returning void pointer, add image to registry. Oh. Dude. Okay, are we back to working? There's no lighting. Ah, that's why there's no lighting, because I didn't have the lighting on. What? I may have commented out shit when I was doing this, and now we may have a problem. Let's not do anything on the light map. Okay. We seem to be fine here. This is how it was earlier. Do we have... Yeah, we do have the shininess. Okay. We do have the shininess. Okay, so let's just get everything working again here before we freak out. Okay, that should be everything back to what it was before I had to fix the bug. I think things seem okay. They seem fine. Nothing to freak out about. Alright, now let's try to bakelite. Let's try to bakelite. So we will use the indirect path for that and do this. And we're just going to use indirect because I want to test that that works. And there's actually nothing because I turned off the light map function, right? No, there's nothing because of another reason. Let's turn off AO. And there's still nothing. There is nothing. Okay. So let's see where we bind the light map, and let's make sure that I bind the light map correctly. Oh. That was supposed to be true. Okay, there we go. And that's indirect only. And let me try now the... It is kind of weird how when you get close to it, it like disappears, kind of. I'm assuming that that's supposed to be happening. And then that's not my AO bugging. No, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's supposed to happen, so that's fine. It does seem pretty dark. I'm hoping that I didn't fuck anything up when I was doing stuff beforehand. But I don't think I did. If I just do the probe lighting, that's just the probe lighting. Yeah, the reason why it looks like that is because it goes through the Fresnel thing. But yeah, it doesn't really seem like there's a lot of direct lighting anymore. Yeah, there's none. Let me just go back to testing it like this. Obviously the textures are fine now, right? Yeah. try getting rid of the normal stuff, I guess. Again, I don't know. This is like... kind of annoying. Let me try ACK. Yeah, like quite literally breaks the computer doing that. So something is definitely wrong. And it has to be in the lighting calc itself, I assume. Obviously, if I just get rid of this, then it's not going to do that. Okay. Let's just get rid of the lighting calcs and just try and limit what's going on. Okay, so that's probably what's going on, is that we're probably going out of bounds here. We probably don't bind light offset and light count for... Oh, we don't... Oh, I see. So we don't actually... Oh, okay. Yeah, so we determine light visibility per mesh, but we skip on static meshes. And so we were going out of bounds. Hey, what's up, Anna? We were going out of bounds. Okay, so now we're fixed. Now we are fixed. Okay, now I can check the direct diffuse. Okay. And let me check it alone. Edgeware A Taurus wavelet blur? That sounds intense. That does sound intense. So are you going to do that? Do you like the PBR shit? It's kind of like a very cheap Gaussian blur. I love my Gaussians, but they are very expensive. This day and age, a Gaussian? I kind of picked a strange texture. I just kind of picked the first one that I saw. An SVGF requires me to do multiple of these, one after the other, feeding into one another. So kind of like a ping pong bloom thing. Does the surface look metallic? It does. But this is their map. Oh, it probably is. Wait, hold on. I have metallic at 0. So I don't know. I'm using their map for it, so I have no clue. I took it straight from Polyhaven. Inverse it? It's inverse later. It's inverse during the shader. But anyway, this is just these factors are just what's multiplied times them, so I don't even, it doesn't even like really affect it that much. At 0 roughness, it kind of looks normal though. I just had my roughness starting at 0.5, but I don't know how it's supposed to look. Wavelet makes me think of brainlet. Brainlet. Okay, so that's cool. I can add all that stuff off the list. We did it. We did it indeed. Sample emissives and light map baking and probe baking. That I did not do. That I did not do. Do you have emissive textures? Is that a thing? Are emissive textures a thing? If so, I guess I should sample them for this. They are a thing. Okay, I'll do that. Really nice. Okay, I will do that then. This is pretty much a plug and play since I already sampled the other one. I'm gonna do if it doesn't equal -1. I don't have a default emissive text. I should make that and just make it zeros, I guess. It's easy to just display their surface. What do you mean? By just having the color? Yeah, I can do that. I already have that, but even with just the surface, they still look great. Like the scene, it's easy to just. Yeah. What I'm doing though is I'm supposed to sample them for the probes in the baking. Apparently, I'm supposed to, like, when I hit a texel with a bounce, I'm supposed to sample the emission. So that's why I think I'm just gonna try and open the texture raw, you know? But I don't know what the application for an emissive texture is, but like a cell phone. Indirect bounce for denoising. Okay. Alrighty. I don't think I have to do that. But maybe I do need to do that. Is that something that I should do? You just have 2 different ping pong buffers? You've just one with... Isn't it supposed to combine though? No. It's not supposed to combine? Well, our RT is all inside one pass. I'm just thinking about baking the indirect. If what you're saying, I need to do that, or if I can just ping pong with all the other indirect. Do I need to do it separate, or can I just do it together, right? Just when I hit a texel, I just sample it, right? I have to do this. I'm apparently not supposed to even sample albedo here. I'm supposed to just do radiance and not irradiance. So fuck you, Jarvis, for telling me to do that shit, because apparently I'm not even supposed to do it. So that pisses me off. I'm not sure. Okay. Jarvis said, you should sample your albedo during your light map generation. It's like, apparently I'm not even supposed to do that. So classic. I put albedo on after, yeah. That's what I realized later. It was like, you should bake irradiance into your light map, because, like, bro, the fuck are you talking about, bro? You're supposed to do albedo after, and you're supposed to just have this as radiance, because if you try to do it before, then you're just, you can't infer irradiance, you know, before you get the irradiance, you know what I mean? Some nutcases have stuff to rip albedo from something already using it. Oh, you're talking about like rip albedo out of the irradiance? Yeah, that's sick, bro. This light map texel needs, oh, it does have emission. Wait, I was already thinking that hard about it? What the fuck? Yeah, but what if I don't have and it's just all actually emissive in the thing, bro? Okay. We need to get the material. Material pointer mat equals null. Do you do any blurring or denoising? Maybe you should separate them for a better quality blur. I don't think I'm doing any ray tracing though, so I don't know if I need to denoise. If there's any denoising that's ever gonna be necessary. But even if I do that, isn't all indirect supposed to kind of go together, or am I thinking about this wrong? How did I implement AO? In terms of this, it's literally just you count the amount of rays that didn't hit, and then you put them over the total amount of rays, and then you subtract it from 1. That's it. Or gonna be like noisy? Maybe, I don't know. What's gonna happen is that when it's gonna just bounce, and then they're gonna probably blend together when they bend. You can cut down on bake time by denoising them. Got it. Got it. I want the emissive. Emissive equals mat emissive mat k e vec 4 to vec 3. And that'll be the starting emission, and then you just multiply that times this, right? Or maybe we just overwrite it. Let's just overwrite it, because I don't want that to be 0 and then this to get overwritten. So just overwrite it. Just go text emission equals emissive, and then if m, it'll just overwrite it afterwards. Doesn't always go well, especially you might end up with this where you need thousands of rays to get a good image. Well, I don't know about any of that, to be honest, but I'm just gonna sample the the emissive texture, and then I can separate them later if I need to. It's not like that bad. I would just literally have a different buffer that just bounces their lights separately. But for now, I'm just gonna have one, I guess. Firing randomly in a hemisphere. But I don't fire randomly in a hemisphere. I have grid-based. For my probes, I have them literally uniformly distributed. So I don't really get a lot of noise from doing it. At least for right now. The bounces are pretty fine. Okay, so I'm not supposed to be doing that, so that's fine. Okay. So the tricky thing is now, when I do this, I haven't turned on the actual indirect in a long time. What I'm supposed to do is, when I get the lighting from back, actually lighting is supposed to be, you're supposed to be plus text emission, and then that's it, right? Yeah, it's probably just that. You just add the emission onto it, and then that's your starting energy for the thing. And then you set that into back, right? You set that into back. You don't want to go text lighting. You just want to go. No, yeah, text lighting, yeah. And then you just start bouncing. And doing all the bouncing, right? With that. And you're just not supposed to bake in albedo. Right, indirect, because I was making more uniform. Iffy without some sort of blur. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass for me too. But I got to a point where I got the grid working, where it's like you have like, I think mine is like 8, like a width of 8, and it goes over the hemisphere, and that's pretty good. For the probes, I just literally have it uniformly distributed, completely uniform over the entire sphere, because you can do that for a probe, which is pretty nice. That is pretty nice. So this is doing the AO separately already. It goes into here. And then afterwards, what I did was I did AO over the amount of iterations, because this just adds 1 minus every iteration, and then you just divide by the amount of iterations after. And so you don't want to be doing this. You want to just take the indirect out. Lighting goes back, being goes into the front. How did I do this? Right, we accumulate into front. Yeah, into this, yeah. Yeah. And so you don't want to add this. What you want to do is you want to just have this equal the vec4 of that.x indirect index.y indirect index.z, and then AO index over iterations. And that's that. And then you do your probes, and your probes are supposed to be sampling the UV buffer, which we already did, and that should be that. And now we should have AO in our light map, which we multiply by there. And so now I want to see that. I want to see the final indirect using what we just did. I got rid of a while ago. He did pro-based RT light map picking, and he had to do some filtering on the surfaces because he'd get noise. Yeah, I think that's just a ray tracing thing, though. Okay, we segfaulted. And why are we segfaulting? I haven't touched that code in a while, so it's probably something to do there. Hit MN, UV map, hit try, UV island. Oh yeah, you're so right. Actually, I didn't update this one conditional here because I changed this to if hit equals hit none, or hit equals hit dynamic, which means that it hit a dynamic object. You don't want it to bake like that. And we have nothing. We have fucking nothing. Okay, you hate to see it. You do hate to see it. I mean, okay, it does make sense because we don't actually have any fucking walls to bounce off of. So that is true why there would be no indirect. You're actually probably so right about that. We need a different model, because otherwise there's actually no indirect. So why don't I cast it from a skybox? What do you mean? It was a flat an exactly flat plane, so there's nothing to bounce with. Okay, yeah, this is taking fucking forever. Holy fucking shit. I wonder why it's taking so long. Return a skybox color with your radar. That makes sense. That makes sense. That does make sense. But that's just direct though. That's not indirect. Looking at some repo and they have images of the pipeline. Yeah, I don't think that you're supposed to do that because that's just direct. You're gonna do that later in a shader, you know, when you light it. There's definitely a reason why this is taking so long to bake, and I definitely should probably have stopped the bake to figure out why it's taking so long. Oh, it's because I'm doing 128 rays. Yeah, 128 rays will take this long. $128 rays over how many iterations? 4? Yeah. Definitely overkill. Okay. Do I have the blurring on? If I didn't have the blurring on, that's such a bummer. Yeah, I didn't have the blurring on, so it looks like texels because I didn't blur it. But that's just the indirect and the AO. Oh fuck. No. No, why are we seg faulting? No, fuck. God, I have to figure out what that is. Oh no. Oh no. Let me turn the blurring on. The blurring needs to happen. That's very important. Oh, I need to make this a Vec 4. Vec 4. Vec 4. Oh god, is this gonna get messy? Vec 4 AC. Oh, I don't think I'm even supposed to blur the AO, so it's fine. You just do this, and you're happy. We're happy. Are we happy? Vec 4. Yeah, we're happy. We're happy. What's my way of debugging seg faults? GDB. But I don't know how to recreate what just happened, so we're gonna try to recreate it. We are gonna try to recreate it. If I had to guess, it's something actually with the physics, because it happened when the tower fell. Yeah, that's much faster. The blur takes a while though. I did set it to a really low radius, so that was the blur right there. Oh god. It's really dark. Okay. We should have everything should be fuck. Oh, I know what it is. The point count for the debug shader is out of bounds. That's what the problem is. Because there's so much collision happening here that it goes out of bounds. That's what the problem is. Which we should probably just turn off the fucking debug shader at this point. But yeah, that's the problem. The problem with that is that there's no... I should really just have like a like a boolean to have the debug stuff on, but you just kind of got to comment it all out and hope that you get it all. It's all in one area, kind of. But yeah, I think that's probably it. That's where the manifold stuff is. There's something to do with the points, though. Debug points? I think that's it, probably. You're referring to something else? What do you mean? My baked lighting? My baked indirect? Is that what you were talking about? Yeah, that was pretty dark with less rays. It kind of was like there was nothing in it with less rays, so that kind of fucking sucks, to be honest. Or maybe the blur just actually, the blur might fuck things up. Let's try something. Let's try no AO. Let's try no AO. Let's see if my AO was fucked up when I turned on the blur. Direct illumination, you use shadow, while indirect is secondary bounces. That one combined with not store sky bounce indirect. I don't have sky bounce. I don't have sky bounce, whatever that is. I do not have sky bounce. I'm not ray tracing, so obviously it's like it's probably different, right? But I don't have I have direct light that comes from the sky, right? And so that's what I do in forward rendering, right? So obviously you don't want to do that twice with when it comes to the indirect probe lighting, you know. Yeah, those dark spots are annoying. I think it's the blur, that the blur doesn't go far enough. It's done with a really low resolution, the baking, because I want it to be fast so that it doesn't take forever. But at like high resolutions, it's fine. But at like a texel size of 2 here, it's obviously takes fucking forever. Takes fucking forever. But I had this at 2 before. By what means are you generating your indirect? Just bounce. Just bounce. Ray marching, raycasting with steps. No. Just bounces from texels in the UV light map. I don't have any like crazy sampling stuff that goes based on ray. Yeah. With extra blurring, it's fine. Yeah, the points are still there. So I have to figure out how to get rid of the points. Where are those points coming from? Here. No, those are the lights. These are the points. Oh. So it's probably the lines that were going out of bounds anyway. Firing some kind of ray or similar in the bouncing. That is what it is. That is what it is. But I don't do it off of the sky. Maybe I'm supposed to do it off of the sky, but that's what I'm doing, yeah. Oh, you're talking about having secondary bounce. Yeah, I don't have secondary bounce. You just do. When I fail to hit, I just continue going on. So the way this irradiance equation works, right, is that you just have stored energy, right? And so when when you run out of bounces and fail to hit or run out of energy. No, I don't have anything when I run out of energy. Because it's like gathering energy from other surfaces, and then, you know, once you do the next iteration, then you just do it on the energy that was transferred, you know? So you're eventually just like running out of energy. You know? But I don't do anything with the sky. I'm called dimness. I mean, based on the reading that I did, I was not supposed to, you know, worry about the energy. Just it just transfers, and when it doesn't transfer, then it's fine. Now this looks fun. The weird thing is that the shadow map doesn't we're not sampling the shadow map, which is weird. I have lighting times equals shadow, but the shadow map isn't getting sampled. Or something. I'm gonna comment out all of that shit, to be honest, because this is why, because I don't like fucking waiting to compile every time. This is why the indirect, I have it separate for a reason. Because it takes fucking forever. It hits or returns. I still have energy. That's for reflections. As for indirect, I don't use bounces for that. Yeah, I mean, for reflections, it makes sense. But for bounces, it's supposed to be only surface-surface transfer, right? At least, at least from what I read. I mean, it's entirely possible that I did it wrong. Entirely possible. No, I am. Why would this not be working? Maybe it has something to do with the normals and shit from the because of this, maybe. Let's just try just none of that stuff. Indirect illumination? I guess. It's baked indirect. Oh, well, this is what it looks like without the normal map. Anyway, do we have shadows? No. We do have shadows now. So it probably has something to do with the normal then. Yeah, I didn't turn off the blur. This is how long the blur takes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. So we just don't have a shadow. Or do we? And it's just hard to see. No, I don't think that we do. I think that it's because the... Oh no, we do. It's just hard to see on the ground. It's because I only use it here. That's why. I have to figure out how to... I think I'm supposed to do it over the whole diffuse. Right? Or do I just do it there? Maybe I do just do it. I think I'm just supposed to actually do it there, yeah. Because if you have a sky and if you don't use a sky when it's the ground darkly, you're not using it, you're either... The thing's a light map, but this is not indirect. You have direct, you know? Like, so if we have a scene with a directional light, here I'm just calculating the directional light, and I'm adding the light directly onto the surface, right? Indirect is supposed to get the secondary bounces from that light onto the surface, right? So that's what's baked. What's baked is all of the bounces so that I don't have to do that during runtime, right? So that's why when you bounce, you don't contribute the sky, because then we'd be calculating the sky twice, right? Like if I comment this out, right, and I had bake lighting, then it would just be the indirect, right? But this is the direct, and it happens afterwards, right? So when you do a light map, you're supposed to be baking the indirect. which is just the bounces and not the direct light. Does that make sense? Because you're always going to add it back afterwards, right? Because afterwards, that's when you can determine shadows, determine occlusions. You know what I mean? But this is not indirect illumination. Yeah, I mean, maybe this isn't indirect, but you know, this is just what I. So the director is shadows. I don't know. Maybe I did something wrong. I guess I don't know. But that's just what I read. Was that I'm not supposed to do. I'm not supposed to, you know, do direct in the light map, because then you're just gonna add it out later. Like if I just like added the sky color to, you know, because to me the sky is the directional light, right? Like maybe I don't have a skybox contributing into it, and a skybox is basically just supposed to be emissive, but I don't have that yet. So maybe that's what you're referring to, and that's what I'm supposed to have. But yeah, I don't have that yet. Anyway. Alright, so that's done. I don't really know if, let's say, no point lights in a scene, no spotlights, no directional light hitting your surface, but the sky is full bright. Don't think you're supposed to cram that in direct. I mean, maybe I am supposed to do that, but I don't have a skybox yet, so I haven't really gone to that. But to me, my skylight is just my directional light, right? Like, that's the sunlight, right? But I mean, maybe I am supposed to just use the sky as an emissive, you know, but I don't have that. Talking about the sky inside indirect. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really gotten to that. But yeah, I mean, maybe I am supposed to sample it as emissive. Maybe you're right. But you know, just for my case, just having a directional light right now, there's, you know, I don't know. I don't know. But I did everything on the docket for today. So that's that. I want to be able to change material. That would be pretty cool. Do I actually have that already? No, I don't have the ability to change it. Yeah. I think what I want to do is I want to have per mesh the ability to cycle through its submeshes, and then you sample them, and then you're able to change the material on them. So, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so when the mesh node menu is open, instead of going through its submeshes and getting the materials, I want to go through the submeshes themselves. And then be able to select them. What I just thought of when I did this was that we're going to need a... I need a BCO. We're going to need to, when we change selection, we want to go into editor settings and then selected SM ID, and we're just going to set that to 0. Okay. So this is what we'll do per submesh. When emissions fail to hit something, so please don't do that. Emissions should fall back to the skybox when emissions fail to hit something. Should not. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. This should really just be SM label, and then just this should be mat label. And then this is going to go, instead of to submeshes count, this just goes for the current submesh that we have selected. And then this is the one where we get all of them. But literally all it's going to be is oh, this is this. God, this is so much fucking code. I hate this. Yeah, that's pretty cold. That is pretty cold. Yeah, I did this wrong. Okay, so we just want to go as mat label, SM label. Okay, so instead of going for the material name, we're just going to have and I. So we're just going to do selected SM ID, and the rest should just be copy paste. The rest should just be copy paste. And that will give us all of the submeshes and the ability to select them. What's a mesh? It's just a bunch of vertices and faces. So, you know, just whatever exists in a model, a model is made up of meshes. Okay, so you're gonna select a new submesh ID, and then this will be the selected mesh ID. And then you want to go Yeah, what the fuck was I writing when I wrote this? The fuck was I writing when I wrote this? You want to have a drop down of all of the materials, I think. And then it'll be the currently selected material. Will be there. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. I'm making a menu that basically you can select different parts of a mesh and then change the material in them, but variance map sounds cool. Yeah, maybe I should set up a skybox, I guess. Yeah, I probably should do that. We need to make it a lot of drop downs because we can drop down select files and stuff like that. That's a pain in the ass. I don't want to do that right now. That's like so annoying. Okay. I don't really know what this code is supposed to be doing. For all of the submeshes we were going through until we found... Oh, we were only doing the one... Okay. So we're just going to go through and we're just going to do each one. We're just going to do each material on it. It should start at the one that it's... It should start on at the one that it's on, though. So if... if SM material equals I, then we want... Oh, I already have this. I already have the mat level selected. Equals mat label item count. Selected SMID. Instead, I want to go to... Oh, okay. So... When we select a new submesh, we need to change it to selected SMID equals I, and we need to go editor settings dot material MNID equals SM SM's I dot material. That's what I want to do. Cram the accumulated color variance. Gaussian blur isn't hard. It's literally just like you make a shader with like 5 weights and just loop over it, you know. But I mean, I've only done a separable or whatever they call it one with you know, vertical and horizontal. Okay. Do I even use selection? No, I don't. Okay, let's see if I did this correctly. Yeah, I don't know about the wavelet thing either. Okay, so I have this mesh, and it's 0 for the submeshes, and test mat for material. It should not be on test mat material. It should not be on test mat material. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if we get here. No, we don't. Yeah, that's a problem. It's only when you select it, not at the beginning. Yeah, we need to do that on the beginning. I guess you want to do it here. You do have to do a bunch of shit though. You have to get the mesh and then set this up. What Blitz right now? That's awesome. Have a good stream. Thank you. $65 by $65 is fucking insane. That would break my computer for sure. That's fucking crazy. That is like literally like an atomic bomb. Like that's fucking nuts. Right. You're guaranteed to have one SM0. So editor settings dot selected material MNID equals this. It still didn't fucking do it. Oh, it is the other material because this is a fake thing. And Oh, wait, hold on a second. Is that actually true? What the fuck did I just... Whoops. What... Oh, I don't have default map, Matt. Okay, here we go. Huh. Well, that's obviously broken. They're not supposed to go through. Yeah. I broke the occlusion at some point for it. Because of the normals, I think. Something with the normals. Hello, this is Claude. What's up, Rob? You fucking what, mate? What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about? Oh, you know what? It might actually be... Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is. We aren't actually... If I go into dynamic.frag, we aren't actually opaque. That's why we're going through the objects. Okay, but the big question here is why the fuck doesn't my code work, sir? Yeah, material MNID equals I. Equals I. You got a problem with that? If I. It might not be I. You might have to not... Mat label dot selected. Mat label dot selected. It's not mat label dot selected. It's editor settings dot selected material MNID. Yes, that's what you're supposed to do. And then this is going to be... Oh, if it equals asm label item count. SM label selected. Oh, this was a way that I got rid of seg faults. I got rid of seg faults like this. Uh-huh. Wait, but why doesn't that work then? Mat label that's selected. Motherfucker, you're gonna make me lose my mind. Rob, do you know what to do here? Sorry for not coming to stream these days. That's okay. I'm fine. I do it for the love of the game, you know what I mean? For wavelets, brainlets. That's crazy. I mean, it's crazy. That's fucking insane. I equals mat label that's selected. God, I don't know how this NK fucking combo box shit works, man. Because... Let's just be honest, bro. This is like some of the most complicated, convoluted fucking nonsense of all time. And it's always been this way. And this is why I fucking hate doing this every time. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It sucks. The lighting, but not the material. Well, I'm working on being able to select the material here. I want to be able to select it. Select it, sir. I don't know why it's not letting me. Hello. Like, am I... Are we being serious? Oh, wait a second. We reselect it. We reselect it because of the Aha. Aha. Reselecting. And this will tell us if we reselect it and it gets put to the same material ID again, because our mouse inputs are not going over the nuclear window. Reselecting, 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 reselecting. Hello. Fuck. Okay, well now I have to figure that out. And then nuclear hovered, not nuclear hovered. There we go. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. So I didn't code it wrong. I just was not handling the mouse inputs correctly. And now we can be happy, lovely people. Hello. Yes. Sorry, I'm in a mood. I'm in a mood. Okay. Okay. So, once we select, we need to have a button to change the material. Fucking duh. We're gonna have two buttons. One is going to open the material, and then the other one will be to change the material. I'm happy with it. The only thing is we have to do some different things here. Okay, so to change the material, we have to count here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 15. And then what we need to do is we need to change the SM material to the selected material ID. So that one's a very simple one to do. SM material equals editor settings dot selected material MN ID, and then we're just like so happy that this is like how they count hovering too. Yeah, it's love it. Love nuclear. It's great. It's fucking awesome. Test mat, change material. You piece of fucking shit. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What are we talking about? What are we talking about, bro? Let's go to where we render. Do I use the SM? I do use the SM material. I definitely do. I definitely do. Let's take a look though. Let's take a look. We get the mat. Oh, you silly little goose. What is NK? Is that my GUI? It's not mine. It is a GUI library, nuclear. It's the one for C. And there we go. We changed the material. Are we lovely? Are we happy now? Everybody happy? Happy go lucky? I'm trying to change the material on this too. It just doesn't want to select it. Oh my god, are you fucking serious? Why can't we select anything? Okay, we can't select anything. So, can we select lights? We can't select lights. Okay, nuclear hovered. We have to do the nuclear hovered thing. Hold on. Nuclear hovered equals true. We never set it to false. We should set it to false. When do I set it to false? How do they set it to false? When did I set it to false? When have I done that in the past? How have I done that? Nuclear hovered. No, it not in here. Nuclear hovered. equals false. I initialize it to false. Yes, yes. I don't even use that flag in there. Hovered. Nuclear hovered. Yeah. Is entity hovered? Nuclear hovered. If not nuclear hovered, yeah, but where do I set it? Update editor mode, I set it to false. Update editor mode, I set it to false. The thing is, right, we set it to true here when we're over the window bounds. Okay. The problem is that we don't know. Well, we're going to be a frame late. And listen, I hate to tell you that, but it's the only way to do it. So wait, but once it starts hovering nuclear, basically I have this flag that gets tripped when we go over a nuclear window, right? But I need to know when to untrip it. Well, I mean, can't I just do else and then just flip it the other way? Can't I just do that? That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, but then this is... Let's just try this. Let's just try setting it to false, and then it sets it to true otherwise. Yeah, let's just do that. Wait, that's totally the way to do it. No, the problem with just doing else is that because we have multiple menus, that's the problem. In different places and in different orders they get done. So that's kind of the problem. That is kind of the problem. Okay. Are we happy? We're not happy. We're not happy. Fucking Christ. Dude. Oh. It matters where you unlock the mouse, because if you lock the mouse and you're still... Okay, so we have to fix that. I have to fix that. Does cube.mtl, does that do anything? No? Untitled3.mtl. And it makes it this thing. That's kind of weird though. That's kind of weird. Yeah, it's like the Fresnel gets fucked up when it doesn't have Yeah, nuclear is great. Nuclear is great. Use nuclear. The worst nuclear ad of all time. No, I probably fucked it up somewhere in my code, to be honest, that it does that. I probably fucked that up. That's how you say Fresnel? Am I saying it wrong? Is it Fresnel? Fresnel? Is it Fresnel? Okay, so You know what I could also do? I could only do it if and not nuclear hovered. Or SDL get relative mouse mode. Or not. Yeah. I forget which one it is, to be honest. It's C++. Fern would take the N out. Nell like Nelly. Fernal. Pharrell? Frenel? Fresnel? Frizzle. Frizzell. Sorry, I just got stuck in my brain on that one. Okay, so why does the open mat menu not work? The open mat just sometimes doesn't work, and then it doesn't fucking render anything. Where does this end? That ends there. If material menu open. Material menu open. Light menu open. Selected light ID under. So somehow the light menu open shit just doesn't. When I click material menu, it goes material menu open true. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, this. Yeah, this shit is kind of. This might not work. This should. Oh, right, because we click open and then, oh, right. We click open and then it instantly gets closed because it detects it as closed. Well, that's a problem. I could just like wait a frame. I just wait a frame. I hate to code that though. That's kind of lame. That I have to code, hey, wait a frame. Yeah, fuck it. Who cares? Who cares? Who really cares? No, you piece of shit. The S is silent in Fresnel? Fresnel? Fresnel. Okay, so we're opening menu equal true, and we got to do it for the light as well. And when we do input and we select yeah, so we do this, and then we just wait a frame. No, you piece of shit. Oh my god. And did we do it? Did we do it? Fernal? Fernell. 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 Honestly, that sounds like shit. I'm saying Fresno, bro. I'm like sorry, but that sounds like shit. I don't care. It sounds awful. Like, are we being fucking serious though? And now the window doesn't open again. See, that's exactly we've exactly. I'm fucking tilted. Fresnel sounds awful. I'm sorry, but I'm not saying that. I'm not fucking saying that. That sounds fucking like terrible. That just that's not right. That is just not right. Maybe I'm just supposed to NK end at the bottom, bro. And that's like my problem is that I'm just like not NK ending at the correct spot. I usually don't have this many menus open. This triggers if you forgot to call NK begin. Okay. Maybe we just need to call it at the bottom. Fresnel. Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel. The Sorcerer's Stone. You motherfucker. What? Okay, never mind. Never mind. I'm calling it in the correct spot. I'm calling it in the correct spot. I'm actually so correct, actually. I'm so correct that it's not even funny. I'm guessing that we set it to false here. Okay, like, can we be fucking serious here? Okay, so it's not this. It's actually not this. So that's actually not that. NK window closable just doesn't reopen it again. That's the problem. It's that when we close it, it doesn't reopen it. Aha. How to reopen NK window closable. No, yeah, like, you're just not listening to me. You're not listening to me. Oh. Hold on. Maybe I should do, what is it, NK clear? Just do an NK clear. Maybe that's what it is. Last time I tried an NK clear, it just seg faulted me though. So it's like typical. See, this is the fucking problem with NK clear. Is that now it just doesn't, your shit just doesn't open. See, this is why you don't use NK clear. Maybe you just have to do it before the fucking swap, huh? Okay, you just have to do it after the swap. See, this is the problem though. Is now this doesn't stay open. And now this doesn't close. I'm asking Jarvis, the Google Jarvis, but after you hit the X, it stays closed even after a new NK begin. Yes. Call NK window shown to clear nuclear's internal hidden flags. Okay, see, this is what I exactly... See, this is exactly... See, this is exactly what I wanted. Thank you, Jarvis. Like, you're speaking to my heart here. You're just like, thank you. NK window show. NK shown. Show. Haha. Knew it all along. Material. NK shown. Aha. Thank you, Jarvis. Everybody say thank you, Jarvis. Thank you, Jarvis. Thank you. Thank you, Jarvis. You're the best. Excellent. I'm saying Fresnel. Nicholas Flamel. That's stuck in my head now. Nicholas Flamel. Yo, why is this not working though? The material thing broke. The material thing broke when we did this shit. I think when we did this, for some reason, it broke. I don't know why that would change it, but something changed it. Something fucked it up. So there's no need for a U in color. It literally, like, it serves no fucking purpose. It's literally... Like, what, are we being fucking funny? Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's... Holy shit. There's just no way. Why can I not click on it? Why can I not click on it? Oh, right, because of the... Because of this, it's supposed to be this. Oh, yeah. It has a U in there. I don't think that there's a way you can say color with a U. I literally, I would have to hear it, but it just doesn't, it doesn't exactly. I'm changing the material properties, bro, and it just... Okay, well that changes multiple materials, emissives. So I have no clue why that's doing it. Wait, hold on a second. Does this just change? Oh yeah, emissive changes 2 materials. But the other shit doesn't. That only changes that, but then this changes both. Huh. Okay. And now they're stuck. Oh, it's because we're editing the wrong material. It's not you, it's a. Me when I'm in science class. Yeah, the Fresnel just fucks it up, bro. Like, look at this Fresnel. This is why I don't pronounce it right. Fresnel. I probably need to do something with it or something. I don't know. But that's how always my Fresnel looks like. It's just like the fucking... It just has a line in it. Always. You know? You know what I'm talking about. A godforsaken line. Look at that. These sliders are just for show? Or what? Oh, because this is... Everything brings up test mat, even though I don't think it's on test mat. So there's also that. Like, this is you're not test mat. You're... Oh, I was selecting the wrong thing. Wait, so why does this not select? This one just... What? Sometimes they just don't want to select. It may be because of the placement of the mouse, actually. No, that's just it's just not correct, bro. It may be the hit position with the ray casting. I may have fucked that up. It's not that it fucks me up, it's just stupid. Spell traveling in similar words with 1 L instead of 2. Bro, how am I supposed to know that? It was so fucked up. Dude, like, I don't care. It's stupid. Does testmat have the... See, testmat doesn't have the Fresnel fucking fucked up little line. Oh, no. Yeah, see that line, bro. So what is different? So what is different about that? It's probably something to do with the roughness or whatever, bro. Probably got something to do with that. But like, God if I know. Because this doesn't actually change anything. Because it just multiplies it by the map. I'm the map, 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 I'm the map. Sorry. Sometimes I just get stuck in my head. You know what I mean? You just get like stuck in your head. Just like, you get like a loop. You get like a thought loop. Or whatever. It's just like, I'm the map, 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 I'm the map. You know? Or don't you know? Don't you know? Fresnel. Yeah, let's figure out which one it is. Let's figure out if it's direct diffuse or it's the indirect that's getting the Fresnel. The Fresnel, getting the Fresnel. We should be able to see right now. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. That's totally the problem. That's totally the problem. That's totally the problem. The problem is the indirect. It's Nicholas Flamel. The final indirect. It's the final countdown. Because it's the end in the viewer and you don't have the light dir to balance it out. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, bro. It's the indirect. Whatever, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Roughness metallic. The textures that I uploaded themselves. The textures that I uploaded themselves to the thing. On the textures that I did have the arm is 1.0, 0.5, 0.0. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't do clamp to edge and I should do GL repeat. I'm just going to try GL repeat. It shouldn't matter for the 1x1 textures. It should never matter. But I just need to keep it flowing. Dude, I just did the same thing 3 times in a fucking row. Like, dude, I just can't seem to get the button combination right. Okay, there we go. I need a coffee, and I also it's like 130 degrees in this room. Like, it's so hot. This fucking room. It is so hot in this room. You have no fucking idea. This is what I was supposed to do. I was put the AO at 1. The roughness at 0.5 and the metallic at 0. This is what I was supposed to do. This is what I was supposed to do. I'm doing what I was supposed to do. I did it correctly. And it still doesn't look correct. The Nicholas Flamel. See, look at this shit. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that. That's not what you want to see. Hold on. I have a couple of questions to ask. Let's just hard code it. Like, I don't give a fuck. Let's just straight up hard code it and then just prove that I'm not crazy and the texture is uploading bad. Because okay, I'm crazy, I guess. I guess it is just the light direction and it has nothing to do with the metallic or the roughness. Okay, well, the indirect dominates so much, and so that's why it's super obvious, but yeah, that kind of does suck, not gonna lie. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. Fresnel Pronto. Dude, should we do a cube map? Should we do a cube map? Maybe we should have a vote of what we should do next. I need to make a coffee, bro. I need a coffee like no Rocky ASAP, bro. I need a coffee so bad. So we should make a poll. The embedded chat into OBS is so bad that I don't think I can make a poll from here. Reactions, time set, participants, community moderation. I don't think I can make a poll. I want to make a poll. We're not adding emotes, no. The shit breaks every time I try to touch it. Show your support. I'm not showing my support. Engage with my audience. This is what we're doing. Okay, yes. Okay, so what are we putting on the poll, guys? What are the options for us to implement next? Okay. What are the options? Okay. Next. Implement. Yes. And we're gonna have cube map skybox. We will have point light shadow shout. Okay, I misspelled it, that's fine. And GLTF parse. Okay, that one I don't want to do, so I don't know why I put it on there. And otherwise, yeah, I don't really have anything else other than that. Am I really that boring? I don't have that many options? Really? Make awful asset. There we go. That's the poll. Did it go? Okay, I'm gonna let the poll go while I make a coffee because I'm running out of steam. So we're making a coffee. You don't want the awful assets. Trust me. Trust me, you do not. You guys like the sound? How loud is it? My coffee is still dripping. Very loud? Okay, good. I need the AC for like 5 minutes, okay? Because it's like literally fucking 100 degrees in here. And I'm like my mental health is suffering. So, we're gonna suffer through the AC for like 5 minutes. And then we'll open the window again and we'll be good. I'm all good. I don't want Brazil. I'm wearing the shirt from my racist high school. It's got the Indian on it. Awesome, bro. I went to art school and I wore this shirt without like thinking about it. Bro, let me tell you, my roommate looked at me and he said, "Take it off." Like, I just put it on for like 5 seconds because it's like a comfortable shirt. And I like didn't even think about it. Dude, he said, "Bro, I'm here to help you. You gotta take that off right now." I was like, okay. Damn, we got 4 votes? Holy shit. There's like nobody in this fucking chat. That's crazy. We got 4 votes. Alright, we're doing the skybox. Skybox is popular. I have to get a skybox though. My coffee is still dripping, so I have to go. Alright, how do we do this again? Wait, is this one of these annoying things where we can't actually get it? And then I have to make it? I forget. I can't remember. Can you not get it on Polyhaven? How did I get my last skybox? I think I had to get one like illegally or some shit. Do they not have them on Polyhaven? I have to look this up. Yeah, that's... I got it from a website though last time. Cube map skybox. God damn it. I might just actually just steal the one from my... You can do them for me? That's alright. I don't want to do that. I don't want you to like do that for me. That's just... I can just use the one from the space game. I know you showed me this earlier, but I like saw the process that was gonna take, and then I realized that I was too stupid to do that. I already have this. I don't know where I got this from. I think I got like I had like a website that could turn it into a cube map, and then that's what I did. I don't know why I didn't just like copy the actual folder. That would have been fucking smart, huh? Um, I have to look at the code. I don't really remember how to how to do it. I had a function that I'll probably just copy that does the, because the fucking the convention for the one that I got is backwards. So that the expectation of this, it's, guys, it's backwards. So we are gonna have to deal with that. Um, which I don't like. But yeah, this is backwards. Um, and it's gonna cause me to have to. Why is this internal format so weird? Okay, we can. I think we can give the. Okay. I've relieved you of the fucking. Alright, of the fucking AC. Here we go again. Alright. So yeah, this cube map is fucked up, and it requires us to actually, like, rotate everything into its shit convention. But it is the only one, the cube map that I have on hand, so it's okay because I have the matrix transform that we need to do, and we'll just do it, and it's fine. But yeah, it tamper the expectations. You can already see here. What is this A for? Stricopy. Oh God, what the fuck is this? Oh yeah. Okay, whatever. It's fine. We'll do it. We'll do it. My coffee is dripping. I think it's probably about done, but let's just keep going. We're just gonna, for now, just like hard code load in the cube map. Because of reasons, Okay. Because I don't really know what our file format is, and that's something that we're gonna have to just like literally have per map, It censored you saying that? Oh, it censored you giving me the yeah, it just doesn't want me to have fun. But the website created a bad one. Like, this one is bad because it's backwards, but I think it's the same website, probably. You can send it to me on Discord. I'll probably use it at some point, but I'm not gonna go on the websites and go to the, do it on stream, because that's whatever. I'm just gonna call it Skybox. The way I did it before is that I did it on its own FBO, right? I had it on its own FBO. That's what I did. Huh? Well, the sky shit got fucked up later because then I wasn't doing the cube map. Yeah, I think I added. No, I didn't. I just do it first. Yeah, I don't need to do it on its own FBO. I need to do it first. The thing that I do need, though, are the coordinates. Are the skybox vertices. Exactly. I do need these. This is exactly what I need, because Those are the things that you need for the cube map. I don't even know what this is. Like, what is this? What is this? I'm just gonna comment it out, but I've legitimately like zero clue what that is. But yeah, it does need its own VBO and shit. I think I've what's it called? Stockholm syndrome with OpenGL. I think that's what I have. I have Stockholm syndrome, and it's bad. It's really not great. That should be all that we need, actually. To get it done. The only other thing that we need to do is called literally load cube map with cube map slash, and it should concatenate the rest. OpenGL is torturing me. I feel like maybe I'm crazy, but let's say I do get a new computer, right? Which I may actually, because you know what happened? I got a letter in the mail that says that my last job owes me money. Which is true because I did walk out and not come back. So I never got that last paycheck. So maybe I do. What if I do get... It's not going to be a great computer, but like, you know, just, you know, not this piece of shit. You know, just like, you know, not great, but... And then I can do Vulkan. Would I? Would I? The imposter syndrome? I think I have both. But, you know, like, given the chance, now that I have the chance, do I? Would I do Vulkan? You know? Do I want to get a job in graphics programming? Or do I just want to stick to my guns? You know? Do you think people would watch me if I did Vulkan? I'm doing the streamer thing where I don't look at chat because I'm waiting. Vulkan I hear is hell. I mean, it's probably hard if you don't know graphics programming. OGL2 abuse. No, I mean, I'm not worried that people are going to stop watching me. I'm just thinking I probably would get a ton of more viewers if I wasn't doing OpenGL. But maybe I'm just completely fucking wrong in that regard. Maybe no one cares. We also need the shader, and we gotta make the shader, and The Stockholm syndrome or the imposter syndrome? I feel like the Stockholm syndrome cannot be uh cannot be a good thing, you know? It's just pure programming. Yeah, I fuck with pure programming. The problem is that pure programming makes no money anymore. Actual programming is making less and less money. This isn't even an AI thing. I think that this has been going on for like the past like 15 years. Nobody wants to write code anymore. Bro, I have to make a fucking shader. Don't look at this part of the code base, by the way. I just don't look at it. We'll figure this out. We'll figure it out. I always figure it out. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream though. I am very, very glad to hear that. Okay, so this is the matrix that I was talking about. Yeah, it's that's the exact one, and I remember the stream we figured that out because it was a really fun one. But you know, we did it and we never looked back. Glad that we don't have to code this again. Sampler cube. The cubes are the funniest thing, I think, that has come out of the stream in like the past, like, I don't know, 6 months. The cubes. It's fucking hilarious. Alright. Okay. So, don't we have this camera data as well in this code base? Isn't it the exact same thing, camera data? Can pause, can vel, proj, view. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. I think in here, I don't put binding equals 0 either. Okay, so this should just literally light view and light proj. We don't even want that. We don't even need that. No, get the fuck out of here. Sorry, I just thought about the light view and the light proj shit again, and I just... Did I even go through that on stream? No, I didn't. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about that. I don't even want to talk about that. That was fucking awful. All we need to do is bind one texture. Skybox. What did I call it? UCube map. Okay. And sky shader. And how many vertices is it again? It is, I believe it's 36. That's that 36. And that should be it. Now, if it's going to work, I have no clue. But that should be it. Sampler cube array? Sampler 1D array shadow. What is that? Is it... Oh, there we go. Oh, we have seams. Oh, because I didn't... Oh, we have seams. Why do we have seams? You love to see it. iSampler 2D SM array. You're just making shit up. You're just making shit up. Wow, it does look so much better in here with the thing. You're so right. I need to figure out why there's seams. I forget. Oh, it's a specific thing. It's a thingy. It's a thingy thing. Ah, GL texture cube map seamless. Aha. Yes. Thank you, OpenGL. Thank you. Thank you. 500 cigarettes. There we go. Like a sampler 1D of, yeah, I get that. I get that. Your autocomplete shows them all? Yeah, I wish that I had that shit. I just have to look them up every time. Alright, so now we have to do what you were talking about earlier and like sample it in the indirect or whatever. And then do like reflections or whatever. We can do reflections. It's not the craziest thing in the world. Just gotta sample the cube map, little bro. Just gotta use a little bit of a reflect. Alright, I'm gonna get my coffee though. I'll leave you with the beautiful, serene image of whatever this is. I've used the U sampler cube array actually. I did. At some point in the other thing. Because I had like I had all the atmosphere shit going on. What is it for? I think I had multiple. I can't remember. Maybe I didn't. I remember seeing that though. I think it was because I needed this. I needed them separately. I think that's what it is. Is like it's not a cube map array, but you're able to write to all of the images, because that's what I needed to do or something. Yeah, because I needed to render to each one of the cube map faces or something like that, and it had something to do with that. Because that's how I did that atmosphere. Or something. But I think you could do that also with the regular one. Alright, peace out. Peace out, three-leg chair. So what do I need to do this shit? That's a good question. I might have to ask Jarvis. I think to do the indirect stuff, I just sample the cube map, right? When I shoot up into the sky, right? First of all, though, I just actually close these because we don't need any of this shit. Let's just go into the light map. The pain in the ass is that we actually, sampling this on the CPU is kind of a pain in the ass, yeah? That's actually a legendary pain in the ass. No? Yeah, that's kind of a pain in the ass. Wait a second. Okay, so yeah, obviously this is a real thing. Yeah, but how do I sample it? How do I sample it? I would get it if I was on the GPU, right? You just, put in a reflect and then you just sample it, bro. But how do you do this shit on the CPU, dude? We might have a problem. We might have a serious issue, bro. Okay, so we can open up the images one by one, right? But how do we know what? How do I know what we're hitting? Sampling a cube map on the CPU. This might be harder than I thought. To select the correct cube face, find the component of your 3D direction value with the largest absolute value. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Once you identify the major axis and face, divide the remaining two coordinates by the absolute value of the major axis component. This scales in the coordinates into the -1 to 1 range. Then remap them to standard texture coordinates. For example, on a plus Z face, where Z is positive and major, U equals -x over Z plus 1 times 0.5, and V is Y over Z plus 1.0 times 0.5. Exact signs and axis pairings depend on your specific cube map orientation. and convention. Okay. That actually doesn't seem that bad. That actually doesn't seem that bad. The problem, though, is really that I don't know what the convention is. That's the problem. I need a reflect math function. Yeah, but that's just on the GPU, though. Maybe this is just what reflect does, though. This is the math for reflect. I don't even know what reflect does, to be honest. I've just used it before, but I think that this is just what it does. You just put the x over the z and then the y over the z, and you scale them into -1 to into 0 to 1 for textures. You fix up the noise, nice. Was it no? There was no. It wasn't hard, the blur. Oh, nice. Well, that's nice. Z face where z is positive and major. U equals -x over z. Let me ask. But we don't even have the typical cube map convention because ours is fucked up. So that's the problem. That is the problem. Like, it would be fine. I could just ask Jarvis, what is the typical convention for this math? And it would be like, -x and +y will give you it. But it's like, bro, but mine is fucking backwards. And I don't even know, like, what is this rotation matrix, bro? What is that? I minus n. That's their reflect. What is gen type 2? Okay. Yeah, so this is just how to sample it, not actually how to get the reflect. But I don't even need to reflect, do I? Because if I just if I'm just sampling, don't I already have the bounce? No? Don't I already have the bounce? That's the direction vector? I don't need to, right? Because if I'm coming from a texel, then I already know where I'm gonna sample the sky. That it's just that vector. Unless I don't. I looked it up and it said fire environment rays directly towards the skybox to calculate ambient light. So I think that's what it is. I'm just gonna re-Google this so that I can. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh my god, this is so complicated. Holy fuck, it would probably be just simpler for me to just move all of this to the GPU. It would be literally, I think it would be literally easier for me to just move all of this to the GPU. Like, actually, this is fucking crazy. This is fucking insane. I have to hard code in here all of the buffers for in the pixel data for that's the formula for reflect. Thanks. I don't think that I need it though, because I already have a direction vector. But thank you. Okay, so I need a uint8t pointer faces, and we have 6 because it's a cube. And we're gonna open up the cube map, each face one by one. We're gonna do this, but instead we're just gonna take the unsigned char data and just put it into here. Okay. Okay. So far, so good. We're just gonna printf failed to load cube map. Okay. And then we want faces I. We don't want to GL uint. We just want to do exactly that. And we won't even do this. We just need STBI image. I see. I'm sure that that is the function. I wonder if they use it on the CPU for something. Maybe I do use that for like bounce stuff at some point, but I don't think that I do for this based on what I just looked up. But it is possible that I'm just fucking wrong and stupid, but yeah. Okay. Okay, so we've opened up all of the faces. So we start with positive x, positive y, positive z, negative z. But ours are backwards to some degree. But we won't worry about the correctness right now because we aren't going to actually see the correctness anyway. Okay. All right, let's go back to the math here. It pretty much just gives me the code, Jarvis here. So I'm just going to adapt it from what it says. Basically. So we're just going to take in a direction vector, and then we find the biggest axis, and then that gives us which face that we're going to. And then we just use the other two values to interpolate. That's basically what's happening. But yeah, we'll just do, it gives UVs out. So, but we also need an integer for the face. So I'm just going to put this, I'll just encode it in a vec3 and be like super, super neat about this. First component is face, then UV. sample cube map. And we'll just take in the vec3 dir. Okay, so we're just gonna do this. It's crazy that you can ray trace on the CPU. That's fucking crazy. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if so those are the three cases. Apparently this is face 0 or 1 because that's positive x, right? Once again, it's positive x and negative x, so that makes sense. So we have, we're just gonna have float volatile, float f0. Okay, so in this case, f0 will equal that. No, it's apparently the abs. Oh, apparently you use the abs. You don't even use the sign. You just do it here. If dir.x is greater than 0, else. If it's greater than 0, then it's, yeah, so it's positive first every time. Now the tricky thing is the sign. The tricky thing is the sign. Okay, so so the tricky thing is the sign. So f1 will equal negative dir.z. Yeah. And then negative y. Okay, thank God for Jarvis today because there was no way I was gonna figure this out. Okay. Now, is this convention right? I have no clue, but at least we're getting somewhere with it. At least we're getting somewhere with it. And the other faces are basically the same. So this one's y, and then I'm guessing that this one's going to be x on top. Both of them are positive. And then the z is on the bottom. And then it's positive, negative. Okay. And then it's positive, negative. And then negative, negative. Okay. So that's it right there. And then the rest is just the math that I talked about earlier. We're going to have a vec3 out, and out.x equals the face. And then the out.y is the u, which is 0.5f times the f1 over f0 plus 1.0f. Okay. And then the other one is just f2 over f0. And that is apparently how you get the UVs. Apparently. Yeah, I have no clue. I have, like, actually no clue if this fucking works, so. completely clueless. Just make sure that my F1 SC is correct. Okay, good. Okay, hey, well, if it's not me that's wrong, if it's wrong, that's completely on Jarvis for being wrong. It's not even Jarvis, that's just AI overview. So, okay, so we open the texture, we have these buffers now. We want to, honestly, let's just make a, let's make a setting inside of light map data that says if we're going to, if we have a cube map to sample. Because there's a high chance that we don't have one, and then we're just gonna completely fucking seg fault. Also, I have no clue how we would get to the path to open these cube maps. We would have to store a path to the cube map. We're not even going to go down the fucking rabbit hole right now. I'm not even going to worry about that. I just want to make it a Boolean so that we can toggle it later on, because this seems like something that should be pretty optional, I guess. But for now, I'm just gonna put LD sample cube map equals true, and then we'll just wrap everything in ifs during the bake, because I guarantee you that this is gonna cause a couple of seg faults at some point. You know. Using blue noise. Yeah, you always do talk about blue noise. It does. I do remember a lot of blue noise. I wonder if maybe this is a question for actual Jarvis. Let me ask Jarvis. For UV light map indirect baking, should I start with skybox energy or simply accumulate from mist rays? Let's see what Jarvis says. Is standard. Okay, so mist rays. Okay, mist rays it is. You don't start with I was just asking if I'm supposed to start in the energy from that, but apparently not. I'm supposed to do it on the mist rays. Okay, so let's comment it in. Let's just get started. Okay, so let's figure it out. So there are two. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have to nest here. I'm not a big fan of nesting. You know, like I'm not a nesting guy. I'm really not a huge nester. But also something else here. If hit.hit equals hit dynamic, this ray traverse scene BVH lighting returns the nearest hit, so it may get occluded by dynamic objects. I just thought about that and realized that I should probably make a different function that only returns a static object over everything else. I'm not really gonna worry about it. Let's actually make a note of that. This function returns the closest object regardless of if it is dynamic. We want only static objects, so we might occlude with dynamic ones. The do while false trick to avoid nesting? I don't do that. I don't do that. Is that a trick I should adopt? I'm just gonna nest with an if statement here. I'm just literally gonna do if we hit none or hit dynamic, and then just literally do this. But I don't like nesting this deep. But yeah, it is kind of necessary. I mean, it's not like utmost necessary, but you know, like to this point is where it's just it's a lot of looping. And you know what, like this wouldn't even be bad if I could just do this. It would be fine, but Clang just hates when I do this, you know. So fuck Clanged. Honestly, I think just doing this and then just like, because I don't even want to be nested that far. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. It all looks wrong. It all looks wrong. I regret nothing. I regret nothing. Yeah, I regret nothing. I wonder if you're supposed to do the OMP parallel 4 over this, or if it matters. I don't know. I'm too stupid to know. Okay, so if we hit none or hit dynamic, we're going to sample the skybox. And so yes. Actually. We can do this. That's fine. Okay. So we can sample the cube map fine, like this. That's not actually even a sample cube map. That's not the function. That's just get cube map UVs. That's what this function does. And is this dir the correct one? We do all of this. Yeah, that is the correct dir. It's not mod dir, right? I feel like it is probably mod dir actually, because that's the one that we multiply by the model matrix. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it's mod dir. Okay. Really? Is it? That's so weird. This should be what I'm using for everything, but I inverse this dir here. Super weird. There's probably some reason for it. I think it's because I use this direction when I'm traversing the BVH, and I would have needed to do by the inverse matrix anyway. So I don't multiply it because it already would need to be inverted after. So I think that's fine. Anyway, so our face is our sample.x, right? We said this earlier. and our face is going to index into the buffer. So let's just, because we're gonna do this, the bilinear sampling anyway. Let's just make this a function. Yeah, let's just make this a function. Oh yeah, but we need to take in the width and the... Yeah, let's just make this a function. It's going to be sample... bilinear sample CPU. And it's just going to take in the... I didn't get the last line. It's going to take in the... That should be everything we need. And then we need the last line. It's going to be RGB. This is RGB, not RGBA, obviously. The pain in the ass is kind of having to edit all of this down now, but it's better than just writing it again. God, it's fucking hot in this room. Like, I was kind of joking earlier, but it is so fucking hot in this room. Oh, man. It's probably because I'm wearing a long sleeve as well, but I didn't have a shirt. A linear sample RGB CPU. The width and the height. We need to cache the width and the height. Okay, so we have that now. And then the UV will be vec2 sample.y sample.z. And the buff will be faces sample or face. And that gives us I envy you. Like, extremely right now. Like, I'm not kidding. I would die to be in the cold. Like, in the freezing cold. Right now. Like, that would be... Dude, I think I might die in this room, man. Holy shit. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We're fine. We're chill. We're chill. Okay. Sample. Okay, we have the sample. So that means that we just literally just be-ink with it, right? Just be-ink sample. And I think that that's just it. Did I do it? Did we do it? Okay. Let me look this up. I'm asking it if I do it during the probes as well or not. It's giving me a bunch of bullshit. I think it says that I should though. I think it says that I should. But yeah. I prefer the cold to the hot as a Victorian. Yeah, I feel like the cold is way better in so many different ways than the hot. Like, this is ridiculous in this room. Like, holy fucking shit. You know what it said? It said that my probes shouldn't sample my light map. It says that my probe should not sample my light map because it's radiance. So I'm doing it wrong. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Okay, so it's saying that. Well, it's saying that my light maps don't really have like the perfect irradiance that I'm supposed to get from my probes, and so it's basically saying that I should evaluate each like ray hit from my probes onto texels as a brand new, reevaluate it on its own. But I don't really like. Honestly, I don't think that that's really necessary, to be honest. But it may be something that I should do. But I don't know. I looked it up earlier, and it seemed like I was fine to do to just keep it as one. But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Um, this is going to be the same thing as the light map. Thank God. It should be the same exact thing as the light map. Except we solve SH. Instead. This is going to be the sample, and the hit pause obviously didn't have a hit, so we're just going to use the dir. I forget, is this probe pause minus hit pause? Right, yeah, you want it going from the other way. So it's actually, I think it's, is that it? Because you're gathering? I think so. I think that's what it is. But yeah, I don't know if I should listen to Jarvis on this, but whatever. Yeah, I think that it's fine. I think that is fine, because it's just like you create a strict dependency chain between lightmap and it's like, bro, yeah, they're dependent on one another because they get baked together. Like, yeah, it makes no sense for me to do the same work twice, because basically what it wants me to do is it wants me to do this the direct lighting calc again for my probes when I already did that before. So, in fact, you know what? I could actually just sample. I could just sample the original and not even worry about the indirect. I could just sample the direct lighting at the source. Yeah, so I could just do that. If that's what it wants. I don't know. What I just read made me feel like I should be doing that. I don't know. I probably have to, like, you know, sit down with it later and try and see. Anyway, hopefully I'm doing this right now. Either way, I mean, this is basically what it has to do, like, no matter what, but okay, you know what? I probably shouldn't have. Okay, there's a few things that we should be doing. We should be just doing the indirect, and we also should we should set up no default texture so that we go to the good texture every time off the bat. And also we should just like have less bounces. I feel like we're already at only 12 rays. That kind of is incredibly slow. This is only the indirect. Let's try something. Let's try getting rid of the directional light. Set it to intensity 0 and then regenerate the light map. Pull it back, yeah. Why do I feel like this isn't working? Why do I feel like this isn't working? Let's do another test. Let's literally just comment out. Well, this is only indirect. That was only indirect. All of that was only indirect. So we are sampling the light map, right? Let me just make sure that we're sampling the light map. By literally getting rid of all of the cubes. Oh my fucking god. Oh, what's up, Sophie? 14 hours? That's a long time. I do have the light map, yeah. I'm trying to make it sample the skybox, but I don't think that it is doing so. Like, let's try to get rid of the lights, some lights. Acme theme and Helix to change your life. Yeah, I don't think it's doing it. Hold on. There's a better way for us to check this than doing this. There's a way better way. We should just literally during the baking, we should literally just make sure that we are sampling it here. Just like, how many samples are we getting? Okay, so we are sampling. Let's print the sample. We don't add the hits, but it shouldn't even matter. Because we go based on the MPI. Okay, let's see what we're getting. We are. We are. Yeah, that's really confusing. I expect it to be super bright. Because, like, look at all these samples. Like, this is just insane. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know how to test it. How about this? Just get rid of the other stuff. Just literally only have it. Where are the arrows? What? Oh, yeah. Just literally have it only bake the skybox. Oh my god. Why is it red? Hold on a second. Are we sampling the probes? We shouldn't be sampling the probes. We should only be sampling the light map. This is so weird. What? Wait, what? What? Oh my god. 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 I'm so dumb. That's my bad. I'm like sitting here so fucking confused. I just didn't comment in the thing that actually switches the buffer. Okay, so now it's black. Okay. Okay. So now that we got it to be black, What is the problem? Oh, the AO is 0 because we didn't put. Oh well. Is that really the AO being 0 that's the problem? Really? I don't think so. I don't think it would make it completely dark like that. Oh my gosh. Who turned on the lights? What the hell? Yeah, bro, the sky is pretty bright. Holy shit. Jesus. Okay. So it is the AO being 0. That would be the problem. Because it got like 0 hits. But if it gets 0 hits, then it's 1. Wait, so... So that can't be right. Okay, well, who cares? And also, if hits over... Oh my gosh, don't do that. Let's just comment back everything here. That's like really bright though. Like I'm scaling it properly by the proper amount. Right? It's just I don't think you're supposed to have hits because that's AO. AO. Yeah, this is like incredibly like this is like the fuck? The fuck are we talking about, bro? Okay, let's ask Jarvis. You multiply incoming light by cosine theta and divide by pi. I thought that this was what I was... This is... So it looks like the normals are not normal? I think that they're fine. I think that it's just that. I haven't changed the normals. Oh, when sampling an sRGB skybox, you must convert it to linear space. Oh. Maybe that has to do with it too. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm doing though. This is the thing for the hemisphere is 2 times m pi over the rays. I think that that's what it's supposed to be. Okay. So it says that the dot of n and L and then divide by pi after. Really? Is it in radians? Do I have to do that in radians? Maybe I try it, maybe I try it. You have to go? Alright, peace out. Times the normal, which is the text normal. The text normal, do I actually translate it by the... I don't think I do. Text normal equals this. I don't actually transform it by the model matrix though. So this should be... Before I forget to do this, I just never did that. So then we use that normal. And then you divide it by this, apparently. I feel like this is just gonna make it just as bright though. Yeah, this is problematic. Maybe it's this. One over the raised times m pi to divide all of them at once. I don't know. Oh, that looks pretty good. Oh, that does look pretty good. Income meridians times albedo over pi times cosine of theta times 1 over PDF. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, that looks like exactly what it's supposed to look like, I feel like. Where are the lights, though? Did I get rid of the lights? I don't think I did. Or did I? I may have. No, I didn't get rid of the lights. Yeah, it may not be... It may be drowning out the lights, then. That may be what's happening. Because it still does get this light. Oh, it needs to... also scale this by... It needs to do this as well here. But that's just going to make it darker. Yeah. Oh no, the lights are here. They're definitely drowned out by the skybox. Do the normals look wrong? It kind of does feel like they're backwards, huh? Anyway, got that figured out at least. That was pretty cool. Let me just check out of like the morbid curiosity in my heart. Let me check what the probe lighting looks like on its own. Just to see. Because we did change the probe, so I want to see that before. I move on. I think it's gonna rain. So this is the probes. Probes look pretty yellow. It's like pretty pretty disgusting color to be completely honest with you. It's like really not the greatest color of all time. Now why is that? I don't know. It should be going blue, right? Should be going blue. What the fuck? Let me make sure that we're actually properly sampling the probes and it's not like nothing funny is going on. Maybe I shouldn't have done this dir this way. It's supposed to be this dir. No, it's the same thing. That's just yellow. Huh. That's kind of bizarre. I wonder if it has something to do with this not being a static object. Or this being a static object. That it's not meant to sample probes. But, it's still, I mean, it samples it at the correct position. Like, let's just prove it by putting back the old probe stuff, that this is working. Oh god, what the fuck did I have here? I had this. No, this is not working. Okay. Well, let's spawn a cube and then see if it lights up the cube. No, yeah. Are we reading from... We are reading from UV buffer hit index. Yeah, I have no clue how what I affected would have affected this. Maybe it's just simply not enough rays. But then why is so much of it black? I almost feel like the CNAABB is bad because they don't go over the whole thing. So let me see what the world min and the world size is. No, it is this. Huh. I guess let's try just hard coding it to have hard coding it with red. And then let's see if the same corner is just red. Huh. It might just not be enough rays. It might just literally not be enough rays. Let me try like... I had 128 here before. It's pretty cheap to do these rays. I should just make it a different amount than the other rays, but whatever. No, yeah. It's just white. And there's none over there. Hmm. I don't know why it's white, but then again, this was pretty white. So maybe it's just sampling that and it turns white then. Hmm. What I could do is I could just like do this and then see if it changes color, because now it'll be on the direct lighting only. Yeah, so now it's based on that color. The weird thing is just the dark areas. Like, how is there really no lighting over here? Hmm. So it's not bugged. I just guess I'm expecting it to be something else. But yeah, it does just go completely white from the sky. Yeah, 4 pi over n, which is what I have. So that is correct. It is pretty bright though, but I guess it's fine. I kind of wanted to just check the probes, but I guess it's fine. Okay, well, I think I'm fine with that. I think it's implemented, so it's correct now. Yeah, it looks fine. I mean, the cube definitely stands out, I'd say. Like, the probe lighting is definitely brighter than the light map, I think. To somewhat, but maybe I'm just not scaling it right. I don't know. But I mean, overall, I think it for like it's kind of like the same amount of light, yeah. Um, yeah, I just need a pipeline now for like when you load in a cube map to be able to do all of that automatically. But I don't know if I'm actually gonna do that, because that sounds like such a pain in the ass to do. Anyway, I think it looks good. What else did I have on that poll to do? Make shitty assets. What else did I have in that poll? Oh, GLTF. Oh, GLTF. And GLTF on there, and I don't really remember. I could do GLTF. I don't really want to. I don't really want to. I think I had something else on that list. Oh, point light shadows. Yeah, point light shadows. That's also a cube map, right? That's not bad to do, I think. But I have to figure out per point light, like, how to handle... I think basically what you do, right, is that you have like a few cube maps just sitting around, right? And then you just do that amount of point lights every frame, and you don't do more than that. I think that's probably how most people do it. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know about all this. This seems crazy. There's apparently a way you can do a 2D atlas that you have different resolutions on for each face of cube maps based on distance. And so, like, you would write onto them at different sizes. But that, like, sounds like such a crazy fucking thing. Because, like, while you move around, then you would have to, like, reallocate parts of the light map to different sizes. That sounds like insane. That sounds insane. Yeah, it's basically like you would have to have an LOD system for in 2D for these. It's probably not like that bad, but yeah, I heard about this, that you do front and back hemispheres so that you do two faces instead of 6. Yeah, maybe this is something that I just have to do some research on later, because that seems like so difficult. I mean, not so difficult, but I just literally have to just like a bunch of research to do it. The GLTF stuff isn't that bad since I already have this file, but like, God only knows what I would be without you. Yeah, GLTF accessor, GLTF primitive, GLTF mesh, all of these types I need to map to this engine, which is painful, to say the least. It's very painful. The good thing, though, is that I can just, like, copy and paste so much of it. And we don't have to really worry about it. Like the animation stuff, for example, I can just copy and paste that. Like, you know, that stuff is pretty much just not gonna change. What is going to change is the mesh stuff. It's like my convention for the meshes is totally different in this engine than it was in my old one. Where am I going to put this? I feel like this is something that you put at the bottom for sure. All the GLTF stuff is going to go at the bottom. Node, skin, and animation I need. And that's node, skin, and animation. And then animation has a sampler and a channel. Oh god. I just looked at this and it just fucking tilted me. I just looked at this and it just immediately tilted the fuck out of me. We have a GLTF animation sampler and an animation like this is. Oh, just looking at this just makes me regret opening this code again. Oh my god. We're gonna need a. What was my animation type? Animation event definition. Oh my god. Listen. Just get rid of it. Just really get rid of it. Oh my god. This is gonna be so complicated. The level of shit I have to go through to re-implement this is like fucking. Oh my gosh. The thing is, we can comment out so much shit here, like the animation stuff. We can just comment it out. Yeah, I just realized I don't want to do this right now. I just came to that realization that I just realized I don't want to do that right now. I don't want to do that right now. Yeah. I don't want to do that right now. That's just... I just have to go through... Like, this is... I have to refactor so much code for this. Pretty much all of this has to be rewritten. All of it has to be rewritten with different types and shit. And it's like, where do I even start? Because I can't even just like go through and do the errors because so much of this shit is just like... I can comment out some stuff for sure, but there's just so many errors. I already have these functions. Compose TRS from nodes. That's going to be in... It's not in utilities? Oh. From mesh node. Yeah, this is just... Unknown type name animation. It isn't an unknown type name because I just made it a known type name. Or did I get rid of it? I got rid of it. I got rid of it because it tilted me. I just don't want to look at the animation stuff so bad. I don't want to look at it. Okay, we're actually at the bottom. We actually made it to the bottom. The good thing is that add to light map, we don't have to worry about literally any of this shit because we have all of this shit as globals. So this can just go away. So let's just read through and try to figure out what's happening here. So I think I'm just gonna get a get the meshes. And we want to get the mesh, the MNs. Okay, so we have this mesh indices thing. Mesh indices I, mesh indices count. Okay, so this was just a vector. So we had a vector of this. So we can just leave this. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. So here we are getting a new mesh. We make a new mesh. So in this case, we'll just get this is like one of those things where it's like once I get through this, like, you know, it's gonna be so, like, we just have to get through this once and it's gonna be so much easier for us, you know. We just have to get through it once. Right, so here we're making a new mesh node, I believe, with the skin ID and an instance count. So here what we're doing is we make a new mesh node. I don't know if we want to do that anymore actually. So we're just going to leave that there. And then this is try indices, which we're going to G meshes buffer to get the mesh, and then this gives us the try indices for the actual mesh, which we'll get later. So this is fine. And then G meshes count, and then node mesh UID. What is node? Node is the GLTF node. That was mesh UID count. Okay, so let's take a look here. So GLTF node is our mesh node. That is what our mesh node is. So if we go side by side here, and map it 1-to-1, our mesh node has more than what that is. So basically every GLTF node in here needs to get changed to a mesh node. So actually, let's just get rid of GLTF node. Just get rid of it. And instead make it mesh node, because that's what it needs to be. And everywhere in here that we have GLTF nodes, it needs to be mesh node. Because that's basically our instancing thing for the meshes. Oh, this is actually now we have from mesh node. Now we can just use the other one. Wait, what? Oh, is this? Okay, now we're down here again. So this node mesh UID, we want to actually go node mesh equals current mesh. I think every mesh needs a new mesh node in GLTF. I don't think you ever get the same mesh twice. I'm not really sure. But in here, in the implementation, we just emit meshes for each node in the doc, regardless of if they're the same or not. I don't really know if that matters, but yeah. We need to make a new mesh node though. I believe. Actually, I think we actually just mem copy the mesh node thing afterwards. So that's how that works, probably. I'm having fucking flashbacks from this code. From this code specifically, I'm having fucking flashbacks. I'm having fucking flashbacks. Okay, so this is the material stuff. All of this is going to change. All of it. All of this stuff changes. I might need an additional 4 buffers to perform a ping pong. Can you reuse buffers from somewhere else though? You know? What the fuck was this function? Assign joint weights to collision triangle. What? I'm doing the GLTF stuff. Dude, what was the name of that function? The fuck? Assign joint weights to collision triangle. And it takes in... What? Holy fucking shit. I'm like so tilted watching, like reading this code. Like, holy shit. This is tilting the fuck out of me. Oh yeah, by the way, we did the sky, and it looks all right. I had to figure out how to scale it properly, but I think that that's about what it's supposed to be, right? They were being used in this past because it already was doing that. Do accumulation 3. I don't know if I did it right, but yeah. Yeah, that sucks. I do like reusing stuff, you know. Okay, assign joint weights to collision triangle. Are you telling me that the triangles have weights themselves? Now you're being funny. Wait, seriously? Oh, I think that they do. Oh no, I think they do. Oh my god. No, you're not serious. You're not serious. You're not serious. You're not serious. Dude, I hate GLTF. Holy fucking shit. No. No, you're being funny. No. Oh. Two pass player impact ping pongs. Yeah. But do you have something that's like the same resolution that you could just like be like, I'ma reuse this texture, no? Or are you talking about a frame buffer that you need? So this goes on the triangle. This goes on the triangle. But you could just put this per vertex. You just put this per vertex, and that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna put it on the vertex data, which is stored in point. And so point will have a it's a vec4. Yeah. It's the JO and the weights. The joints and the weights. Yeah. Technically this is an IVEC4. Yeah. Attachments. You probably can make space. So we have this distribute new collision triangle. So we have to, okay, so now this just gives us one triangle. This gives us one triangle with UVs, with positions, with normals. That's what all of this is. V0 is the positions, right? That's the positions. That's the normal. This is the UVs. And then we have the weights and the joints and shit. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, so let's just see what this is in our in our object file parsing. We vector expand the tries, the vertices, and then this is how we assign it. This is how we assign it. We do this and this and this. And then the try stores the normal that is the flat normal. You found some? Nice. Good. Excellent. I'm not having fun. I am not having fun. I'm not having fun. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm realizing. Oh my god. You need to multiply it before so that it... We're just going to ignore that. Code editor name, Helix. Vec4. I think it's fine. I think that this is fine. I think I'm fucking overreacting, to be honest. I'm being a little bit of a baby about it. What are the UVs called? UV is... Okay, so current mesh, we actually just call this M. Oh my god, my keyboard's doing the thing again. Okay. And then we also need in the point 0 dot joins equals whatever the fuck this is. Like, not like I remember what the fuck any of this is, to be honest. Holy fuck, this is gonna be so scuffed. Are you kidding me right now? Like, dude. You don't know scuffed. You don't know scuffed yet. If you might cook everything else though, if you do things this way. So maybe don't if it's gonna be bad. Dude, I remember when I made this, and it was like, once I finished this, it was like the greatest weight off of my chest. I was like, holy shit, I never have to do that again. And here I am. I'm doing it again. I'm fucking doing it again. Yeah. So each triangle had an instance ID, a material ID, a node ID. That's not necessary. That's not necessary. We don't need any of that. Maybe we do, but for now we don't. And then we just made it. We already do this, so. Try indices buffer. Why try indices buffer? Why try indices? Try indices. Try indices buffer. Why did I have that? Try indices. Try indices. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I'm not gonna lie. I have no clue what this is for. What the fuck? I have no clue. We're just getting rid of it. We're getting rid of it. GLTF instances. That's our asset. That's what we call the assets. I feel like the Vec4 price to pay is not as bad as the alternative, you know? Could be a lot worse. Holy fucking shit, this code. I'm like so overwhelmed, like looking at this. Like, holy shit. I'm so overwhelmed. So I'm so glad that I started over with a new engine, because like this is ridiculous. Yeah, that's a pretty big win. So we're making a new asset, and that's what we call GLTF instance. Now, the thing that we have to do here is for GLTF instance, I don't have that type. What is that type? It had node skins, animations, render groups, render group count, skin ID, asset ID, and root ID. Okay. So it had the nodes inside of it. Had its skins and had its animations. Oh, fuck, right. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fucking shit. Oh, fuck. Um... Fuck. Oh my god. This was my old asset thing. And I think what I'm realizing is that when I created new instances of things, I had to create a new instance, I think. I can't remember if I literally just did the GLTF instance and just like made a new one. I feel like that would have been crazy if I did that. But I can't think of another way that I would do it. How did I do this when I create a new... Find and spawn new asset instance. Oh, I put it into entity. Spawn new asset instance. Entity definition. So asset nodes, asset root ID. So what did my entity have in it then? An entity had nodes. Oh. I see. I see. So that's what I put it in. That's what I put it in. Oh, I see. I see. That's disgusting. Okay, we're not doing that. We're not having it. No, we won't. We won't. We won't. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. So basically, we have an asset, right? And that's what this GLTF instance is. It's just an asset, right? But you need a way to actually duplicate those assets. So let's just say you have a model of a human with animations, right? You need a way to duplicate that asset into instances for your engine. Like if you need 10 humans, right? So this has a unique challenge, right? Because you need like something in the middle, right, that you can duplicate. However, that's not really actually like an easy thing to do. Because, you know, when you're building an engine, you want to, you need to have meshes first, right? So we have meshes and mesh nodes, right? That's our system. So now, when you load in something, an asset, it has a certain amount of mesh nodes already that you're going to create when you create this asset. The problem is, so there's two ways you can do it, right? You can have a global buffer of mesh nodes, and then you just have a start and an end to it, right? And that gives you the information you need. Or you just have them allocated on the structs themselves, right? And so that's what I had in my old engine, right? You go to the entity, and the entity has the mesh nodes. The entity has so a couple of ways to do it, right? I don't know what I'm gonna do. This is a tough one. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Kind of want on the asset itself to have just mallocked on it, just allocated on it, all of the mesh nodes, right? All of the skins, all of the joints, all of that shit, all the bones. Just put it on the asset. Then when you spawn an instance of that asset, we just push that information onto the buffers. Your packing won't work. That's unfortunate. And then so we'll just push the nodes onto the global node array, and we'll push it on and we won't worry about batching or anything like that yet. I just realized how hard this is gonna be. I was thinking like this would be one of these things where it's like easier once we get started, but this is one of these things that's gonna be really hard. Vector mesh indices. What is this used for? What is it used for? Mesh indices. Oh, that has the where the meshes start in there. In the thing, yeah. Yeah. So that will also be a thing. The mesh indices will also be a thing. That's just going to tell us where all of the mesh data lies, because that's not actually going to be on the asset, obviously. But what does need to be on the asset is the mesh nodes, I think. So let's look at what we have on the GLTF instance, the rest of it. So we need skins, animations. These all go on it. All go on it. And I think what I had before was important. The asset ID as well. And starting pushing uniforms to actually gonna have a really bad time. Maybe you should. Maybe later you can do that, you know. What is skin ID for? I thought that an asset can have multiple skins. Okay. We're not gonna worry about it. We're not gonna worry about it too much. God, I fucking smudged my glasses when I was having a mental breakdown about this shit. Okay. Okay. So we have our asset. We're going to asset path. Oh yeah, skin ID is tells us what the root skin is. Is the cost really that bad just to have a couple more buffers, really? Okay, so behavior, we don't care about behavior. We're gonna have a different system for that. The animation stuff is here. The animation stuff is here. We're not gonna care about that yet. We're not doing animations yet. I don't remember the inverse bind matrices. Just fucking leave it be. This stuff. This is all the skin stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, we're just gonna do this anyway because we need to calc this. I don't remember what any of the animation stuff does. I remember having a real fucking hard time with it though. $10,000 blur radius? Really? That's crazy. That is insane. We're just going to replace all instance with asset. Oh god, looking at this code is just crazy. It's just fucking crazy, isn't it? Why does skin not have... Oh, it doesn't. I remember needing a lot of max animation indices, so I'm just gonna say 256. I remember needing a lot of it. $300 lines of pure buffer. Yeah. Yeah. My last engine had a lot of that. So mesh UID. This is just mesh. It's just mesh. That should just be mesh. Mesh node. Find animation. We won't be doing that. Did we actually get rid of all of the fucking... Wow, we got rid of all of the red in this file. I thought that we would never get to the point where we're done with the red. Wow. So now when we load in asset from GLTF, it will create an asset that has mesh nodes inside of it and has mesh indices. That's what we have to do. For each mesh that we make, we need to store mesh indices into the asset. So let's actually create the new asset all the way up here when we enter into this. Create a new asset, and then every time we get a new mesh, we do let's vector expand that asset mesh indices by 1 and okay. Guess I should take advantage of this extra fourth component and cram a hit mask. Yeah. That sounds like a good plan. Let me make sure that this is that is a size T. It's int. It's int. Of course it is. Okay. So we have the GLDF stuff. Now, so we're going to have to change a few things. So before, what happened was we would load in a .object file and we would make an asset. We would make the meshes. But we never actually made a mesh node on this the asset struct itself until later. And now we need to change that now because those mesh nodes are going to be very important. And so we just need to initialize a default when we load in a when we load in a thing. So this init new mesh node actually just like does the global buffer, You have to make a 5th shader. Yeah, it's crazy. So this init new mesh node, basically we're just gonna have to do this within the .object file parsing at the end. Or well, not at the end. Every time we make a new mesh, we have to make a mesh node for it inside of the asset. Yeah, we could have put the meshes on the assets themselves. That could have been good. I don't know. I'm thinking too hard about it. We can change that later. It's not that big of a deal. We need to do this and not put it in globals.mesh nodes, but onto the mesh itself, onto the asset itself. Okay, we should make that a vector. Even though you don't want to, because, because of reasons, but we're just going to make it a vector because it makes it easier for us to do that. At least I think it does. Does it? I think it does. I think it totally does. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just make this a vector. Because when we're doing our asset... No, there's no need to vectorize it really. Because, yeah. It's just a little bit more work for us. But it's not the end of the world. All we literally have to do is... at the end of this, we just have to for loop through it. So asset nodes equals calloc however many meshes we did. So we know how many meshes we did because we have mesh indices.count, which should keep track of it. And then size of mesh node. And then we want to do per mesh node. We do this work. God, going through all this old code makes me realize just how much I've kind of grown as a programmer. Not to pat myself on the back too much, but I mean, yeah, not to pat myself on the back too much, but I feel like I've definitely gotten much better. The mesh node ID grand font dustmite. Yeah. The ID should be -1. I don't know if that's a size T, but it should be -1. And then the mesh should be we have to get the int pointer mesh indices cast vec asset mesh indices int, and then this is going to go here, mesh indices I, to get which mesh we're on, and then the translation is just going to be the default not the most exciting code that I'm doing right now, but it is like probably the most important code I've written all day. Okay, so active is false actually here. I want to set it to false. These mesh nodes that are on the asset themselves are what we will spawn when we create entities. That's what we'll spawn from. So yeah, when we spawn an asset, that's what we'll be doing. We'll just go through and then spawn all of its mesh nodes, which, you know. But yeah, we do have to have a structure that goes in between, right? That is the instanced asset. Not sure what that's going to be though, because it needs its own skin, its own bones, its own whatever. And I don't really remember how to do that. I'm not going to lie. I just put it on the entity, but I don't want it to have to be an entity. I don't want like the ground to have to be an entity. I don't like that idea. So I think I might just call it an asset instance. An asset instance. And an asset instance can have a pointer to an entity, can have whatever, you know. But yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. But basically, it's going to have a node skins, and it's just going to be this, right? In some structure. Yeah, I don't want it to be an entity. I remember not really liking that and not being happy with that the last time I did it. It caused me a lot of grief with making entities, so I don't want to do that. I do not want the ground to be an entity. Fuck that. Okay, so that's all of that handled. You kind of, before we do any more GLTF stuff and any more testing there, what we kind of want to do is make the pipeline that spawns assets from this, because it's going to be the same thing that we do with the GLTF stuff. We also should honestly, I mean, this is like kind of ridiculous, but we should honestly write cleanup functions for all of this. We just kind of allocate stuff and then we never actually free it, which is not great for us to be doing. But that stuff is fucking boring, to be honest. How am I going to do this? Because right now I literally just spawn mesh nodes. Which is fine since they don't have like animations and shit. But we need asset instance. Asset instance is what we will draw. Yeah. I think the way we're gonna do it is we have an asset instance and it has its first mesh node and then the count, right, in the global mesh node buffer. I don't want to have to allocate them on the struct. I think that just, it's way better to just have like neat like arena based things for this. Like it's fine to just have some sort of index into the global array. I think that that's probably the best way of going about it. The skins, I don't know what to do about that. That I don't know. That part I don't know. Because allocating, you don't want to malloc this stuff. You do not want to malloc this stuff during runtime. And I don't know about the skins. Like, is this something where we have a global array of skins? It just seems so sketchy. We also have an animation buffer on these things. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. For now, we don't even have animation, so we don't even have to worry about the skins, but that is going to be soon. We are going to have to worry about it, so I don't know what my solution is going to be. But for now we won't worry about it. And we'll just make a asset instance. And this is what will be the bridge between the asset and the entity, the render data, the physics stuff. It's going to be the thing that holds it all together. And all it's going to have is nodes, skins, except the nodes aren't obviously going to be an array, but it needs it needs the asset ID that it came from. The root ID is important because that's which mesh is the root, which is important. The mesh indices is interesting. I don't think that we need that because our mesh nodes know which mesh they correspond to. But for now, we're just gonna have a first node count. A first node and a node count, and that's it. And that should be it. That should be it. That should be it. Okay, so let's just figure out a way to spawn that in. Right now we have a function called init new mesh node, which just inits this at this position. We want to basically take this function and make a version of it that just spawns in asset rather than a specific mesh of an asset. Let's just spawn in the asset itself, make a new asset instance, and then spawn all of its mesh nodes into the buffer and do that. So this is going to be init new asset instance. And this is the beginning of the fucking real big boy engine stuff, you know? This is the part of this is the beginning of the fucking pain. You know, I can just feel it right now. I just felt it. I just fucking felt it. Okay. So we're gonna have all of this stack allocated because that's how you do it. Max asset instances, we're gonna start with 256. Now you don't have to make this stack, just to be clear. You can malloc and then do the arena thing, but there's really no point right now for me to do that and overcomplicate things. It's just going to be that, but without the allocation stuff. So it's just that. Later it will be extremely trivial to refactor to that if we just set it up this way in the first place. So that's why you do it this way, because later, once you want to like allocate chunks and then do that, you know, the fact that you have it in chunks already is like very easy. But for now, it also gets verbose when you start doing shit like that, and I don't like things to be very verbose starting out. So a new asset instance, so we don't actually care about the mesh name here because we're just going to spawn in all of the meshes necessary. We want to first of all get the matrix here based on our transform. We don't want to retrieve the mesh per se, since it could have any number of things. We just want to loop through all of the mesh node, add all of the mesh nodes. By the way, adding all of the mesh nodes, we don't have that in an arena or, you know, in a buffer that isn't a vector. So unfortunately, we will still be doing that. So sorry, but we need to change that eventually. But right now, I'm not going to be doing that because of reasons. One step at a time. Oh. Do I not have a find asset? I have a retrieve mesh by name, but I don't have a retrieve asset by name. I don't know why I didn't create those as a part of each other. That seems like it, you know. AIDS. The bind limit? What do you mean by bind limit? For textures? $16 doesn't actually seem that big. I'm at like 13 right now. 13 or 14. Because of the probe textures. I have 9 probe textures. The probe shit is cursed. The probe shit is cursed. Like, what the fuck? 9 3D textures. Are we fucking serious? That's crazy. That's insane. Okay. Let's deal with that. Go asset node count. And let's just basically do a new mesh node. We're just gonna do this for now, and then asset nodes I. What else do I need to change in here? So you want to do mn translation equals vec3 add mn translation tr, or you only want to change the root, right? Oh god, this is gonna be complicated for shit that's not GLTF. I need to remember the difference between a global and a local matrix. That's what I need to look up. Single isolated element and a global matrix combine all individual parts to represent the entire system. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't really know how all that shit works. So you technically only want to do the root, but like... Hold on, let me see in here. How did I do? Got all the abstractions I had, Jesus Christ. I had so much abstraction. Do I have this in shader? Probably. If the skin ID was -1, then I bound the U-joint matrices. Okay. But where do I do the model matrix? Oh, don't tell me that I have that abstracted away too. Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck was wrong with me? Why did I have a callback for the model matrix? No. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. U component flag. Shader assign entity. Ent TRS. Ent TRS. Oh my god, I had it on entity. Compose TRS from vector. Oh my god. What the fuck? Dude, like... Shader assign entity. Ent TRS. Add new. Okay, I don't really remember. So what I'm trying to figure out right now, right, is inside of the inverse bind matrices and all of this shit for animation, okay, you basically have a recursive update for all of the matrices going down this fucking skeleton, okay? So I'm trying to figure out how I update the root when something moves, but I can't find it. Yeah, I mean, it's not, this isn't, it's just because this code base that I'm looking at is like a year, I haven't touched it in a year. So that's the problem, is that I don't really remember how to do it. I need, okay, so it's in update skin matrices, update skin nodes. That's exactly what I need. I think it's, what's update scene nodes? Update scene nodes. Go through ent node count. I go through the entities, go through the nodes. And then you compose TRS from node at the root, which is parent equals -1. You compose TRS from node, that one. And then you go recursively down. So you want to move the global matrix of the parent, of the parents. You want to translate the parents. And what is update node global? Compose TRS from node, and then you M4 mullet the parent. Right, you set an identity down, and then you mull that with the local. That's confusing. Because isn't the parent supposed to move everything else? Huh. You got it working? Nice. Okay, so I'm just gonna find the parent and then move that one. How about that? So let's just go through all of them, and then if asset nodes I dot parent is -1, then we will move its, yeah, just do this here. Move its, maybe just set its translation and rotation scale to that. You don't want to do that, but I think you quad-mul it. This is mn rotation equals, this is a quad-mul now. And I think you do, I think the order matters. And then the scale will just, oh, but you don't want to add. Then you'll just set it to scale, I guess. I don't really know. I don't really know the best way of doing this, but fine. And then you just mn. Okay. And this, does this give you the TRS? It does. Good thing I checked that. Okay. We need to get a new asset instance, right? We need to have a free on it. I don't know why I didn't put an S on that. So how OP is it? Is it completely denoised now? Is there no noise? Oh, nice. I have the power to do that since it's in a for loop. That's pretty awesome. I think I did it. We can now spawn an asset instance. Which is what we want to call instead of this. What did I call it? A neat new asset instance. And this gives me an asset instance. Now the pain here is that our entities take in a mesh node ID, which obviously throws a wrench into our plans. That needs to take in AI, in AI, in an asset instance. So when we create entity, we need to actually take in that asset instance. This pointer asset instance, and instead this mesh node and mesh node will just go to the root of the asset instance. Asset instance root ID. The problem with that is that mesh node goes to the root ID, but not actually where it is in the mesh node buffer. So you either store that or you go into the entity struct, and really what the entity should have an asset instance. Just an instance. And it's mad because it's supposed to be on here. And it just wants me to do that. Hopefully that's fine. It's not giving me any error, but so AI 0. But this is going to break everything. This is going to break literally everything. Because physics components are tied to entities, which are tied to the root nodes. Right? So now things in terms of physics have an extra layer of indirection. Yeah, it's cursed. It's cursed. Do I have mesh node here? Oh, I should really have that. For now, let's do it. Oh, fuck, this sucks. But let's just do it. So the root ID plus asset instance first node. And that's going to be where it lives in the massive buffer. So I have no clue if this is going to work. I have no fucking clue. But we're going to do it. Alright, so let's try and see if this works. Let's try and see if this works. Everything that we just coded. I don't think it will, but let's try and see. Editor.c. Okay, get rid of this button. We're not going to use that button. Okay, let's see. And segfault. Yeah, I'm not very surprised. Okay, let's see. First node, init new asset instance. If instance is null, return null, but also I didn't go into init the globals and make all of them free. Okay, we have another seg fault. Ammon's ent mesh node. Okay. I think I know why that's happening. We don't set it to anything. We don't set the asset first. We don't set asset first node to anything. Or asset root node. Root ID equals 0. Yeah, I think that I just didn't set the root ID to anything. So it probably just had an uninitialized value. No. And mesh node. Alright, let's print the fucking value. Asset instance first node. That should be fine, but... Zero. Oh, because I don't actually... Wait, what? Wait, why is the asset node count not have anything? That's a problem. Asset mesh indices dot count. Why does this not fucking give me anything, huh? Let's see what the node count is. Node count is 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and this indexes into 0. But, why can't this just fucking work? What? What is the problem? Hello? Oh, shit. Oh, no. No. Yeah, I set this. Let's just try it without creating the entity. I can't be fucked right now. Still. I'm vertices point. Wow. Like, why? Why? Oh, because I don't... This, whatever. I don't know. I don't even know why we're seg faulting anymore. I don't know. Why does the mesh not have vertices? Like, what the fuck is that? It's not that the mesh doesn't have vertices, it's that the mesh pointer is bad. I mean, I can't be fucked. I can't be fucked. I mean, what differently did we do in a knit new mesh node? We did set mesh ID. Oh, that's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. We don't actually set the mesh ID to the MN. MN mesh equals asset. Oh, fuck. This needs to come from here. Wait, it's set to mesh indices I. This is so fucking confusing. Why? Why does this not work? Oh, because that's not actually the thing in the buffer. Okay, so just add it to this plus starting mesh count, whatever it was when we started. Just offset it by the... Wait, no, those happen regardless. Those are regardless, because this is this. That's the whole fucking point. So those indices have to be correct. I'm just losing my fucking mind here. I mean, I know that I coded a lot of shit, but like, god fucking damn it. Alright, let's see. Mesh indices 0, our knitting mesh 0, 0, mesh indices 2, our knitting mesh 0, 2. What the fuck does this mean? The asset ID? The asset ID is 0 for everything. Okay, well that's probably not good. That's probably really not what we want. I don't even think that the asset ID on the meshes does anything though. Okay, so now we have asset ID of 2, asset ID of 1, asset ID of 3, so that's now correct, but doesn't really matter because we're still seg faulting. We can try not baking a light map and then see. No, yeah, our mesh nodes don't have the right, like, they don't have the right mesh IDs. Like, that isn't, it's gonna give me fucking garbage. How do I have the motivation and energy to code for about 7 hours because I don't do anything else. Mesh ID 2 and 1. Those seem sane. Those seem like sane values. I mean, the only things that won't be done are these other things. So, and the name doesn't matter. So it should just be completely copyable. Except for obviously the ID. Okay, the ID might, yeah, that's probably what it is. Okay. Yeah, it's probably just the ID. Where the fuck is this? Yeah, it's probably the ID that's the problem. I never set mn ID equals globals dot mesh nodes dot count -1. I just never set that. It's kind of confusing because the seg fault was happening on the meshes, not the mesh nodes. So I was like totally thrown off there. Okay. So the problem is, oh, but the problem is that this is at 0, 0, 0 and not at where it's supposed to be, obviously. So that means that the parent isn't -1 for it. So we need to set the parent to -1 on default for mesh nodes. Which just basically means that it's the root node, but everything inside of here should be a root node, and it does have -1 on it. It does have -1 on it. So why is it not doing this? Why did it not translate it? It can't be getting into here, right? Asset nodes I to parent. I gotta turn off the light map. This is crazy. Did it translate? Translating. Huh. Huh. Let's try putting it way up in the sky. I mean, and then let's print it out in render. Let's print out the matrix for it. I want to see why it why it's not. Oh, maybe it was always under the floor. Maybe it was always under the floor and I just didn't notice because the stack was so high. That's probably what it is. Yeah, it starts at 20. So it was always under the floor. I just didn't notice because we had so many cubes. Okay, so this asset instance stuff works. It officially works. I mean, so really you want to do, instead of this add mesh to buffer, you want to just add asset to buffer rather than that. Which is something that we should definitely write. Does asset know it has its mesh indices? So all it would do is we just look up the asset and then just add all of its meshes to the buffer. So that's just a very simple abstraction over that. But I think with that, I'm officially ready to do the first GLTF. Theoretically. Theoretically, we're ready to have the first GLTF. And then here, yeah, I think we're ready, to be honest. I mean, what could go wrong? What could go wrong, right? Okay, let's add it to the make file. Yeah, we're doing it. Admin, he's doing it sideways. Okay. So here you'd call like load GLTF. Call the undeclared function load GLTF. Yeah, I did do it the right way. Oh, I didn't put a... Oh. That's very true. Wait. I did do it backwards. There we go. We can do a GLTF to do it, to test it, I guess. We can do one to test it. Oh my god. This fucking... let's do ball. Let's do ball because ball is fun. Balls are fun. Let's export GLTF. We'll go GLTF separate. We want not Y up. I remember we had to click some shit here before. Apply modifiers. You can't click triangulated mesh here, which is very annoying because I don't actually have triangulation for it, so maybe it all triangulates anyway because it's GLTF. That's actually so true. The cool thing about the material stuff is that you can do shit, but we're not even gonna worry about that. I think we just do this ball.gltf. Yeah. All right, let's try it. And let's just get a new asset instance for ball.gltf. We have to init the mesh. We want to make the init mesh stuff eventually automatic. I don't really know how to do it, to be honest. But whatever. We want to automate all of this, but that's stuff for another day. Okay, let's see if I did this correctly. Now we're, of course, right. I have to link CJSON. What CJSON and CJSON utils? Oh. Out of bounds material detected for asset. That is true because there is no materials. So, out of bounds material for asset. Yeah, you're so right. There is no error, no type size for vector specified. I probably forgot to initialize vectors for the meshes. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. That is exactly what I did. That is exactly what I did. Exactly what I did. I forgot to do this. I also forgot to do sub meshes. I didn't do that. Fuck. I don't know how to do sub meshes with this. It's probably when there's a prim or something. No, it's not when there's a prim. For now, we'll just do it on one sub mesh, because it's gonna get complicated otherwise. So let's just do Alright, let's give this a shot. Discards cons qualifier. Okay, fine. Mesh icosphere not found. Really? Oh, I guess I never name it. Oh, yeah, you're so right. I don't name it. That's the problem. I don't name it. How do I name it? How do I name it? I need to get the name of the mesh from here somehow. For now, I could just cheat it, but nodes. Copy asset nodes I name, doc nodes I name. We could just copy that into the meshes. How do the nodes get to the nodes equals doc nodes I mesh? The nodes I mesh in the doc do, I mean, node mesh. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I should name the meshes. and what the name is. I think this might actually have a name on it. Mesh prims, mesh node mesh node name. Let's just do that. Let's just see what that is, because that might be the correct name. It is the correct name. Okay, nice. Good. I was scared there for a second that we wouldn't be able to derive it, but there it is. It fell through though, which is strange. Did I not give it a physics? I did. Huh. I'm gonna assume that what's the ent mesh node here? 1. Huh. Yeah, not sure. I mean, this is the this gives us the mesh node, and it was 1, right? So it's weird that the ball doesn't seem to work, but the cube does seem to work. In terms of physics. There's probably something that we're missing. But it was cool to see that it did move. So that is cool to see. And what did it say? Yeah, mesh node 1. I'm just gonna comment out the light map because it's honestly like takes fucking forever to do, and it's really not necessary right now. We'd obviously do a lot of printing out and shit. Let's try not creating an entity and just seeing if it has collision. What is the problem? Just like don't compile that code, man. Just fucking don't compile it. Okay. So we have collision with it. It is a proper, we have proper collision with it, so it definitely generates the hole fine. Ball. But the physics component doesn't work. Does the physics component for this work? It does. And so if we have collisions against this, then it has to be something with the physics component. Has to be something with the physics component. Let's try doing no ball, no cube. Let's see if it's something to do with them both being here. because I can't think of many other things that it could be. No, it just falls through. How about this? Let's just no, but the matrix seems fine. But let's just avoid any weird business here and just do this. Make sure to do that. When we create an entity, we set the mesh node. It's strange. I'm not sure. What is different about it? What is different about it? It might be something that I can't figure out today. It might be something deep within it is the problem. It might be something with the actual fucking holes itself, which would be pretty bad. But I can't think of anything else other than the triangulation itself is problematic. Let's try this. Let's go back to the plane and let's just have the plane the plane is good because the plane you can have it as a dynamic object, which is good for multiple reasons, but that it's fast to test. So it disappearing is interesting. I think that we have to do testing with the physics. Since it disappears, it means that, let's see the D value. The D will tell us a lot. If I had to guess, it's getting a very big penetration or something like this. Infinity. It gets infinity. It gets infinity. So that's not great. Is there any chance that it gets infinity from here? Just like, not really. Not really. Okay. So let's print out some shit, I guess. I want to see the, I want to see p.a. I want to see p.b. I want to see p. Oh, it doesn't have it. Nons. It is nons. The interesting thing is, so why is it hitting it twice? Why does it get in here twice? How does it get in here twice? Unless it is two holes. Is it possible that it gets two holes somehow? It only has one hole. Yeah, I'm guessing that that there's something inside of the hole that's bad. Something within the hole is bad. If I had to guess. And I don't really know how to test it. So something easy that we could test is just see if it's bad after GJK, or if this is a thing that's after the manifold clipping. It looks like it's just bad after GJK. It's just bad. I mean, it's such a small mesh that honestly what I could do is just print out the vertices. But the thing is that the vertices should be fine. Let's do some deeper digging. I want to see out of EPA. But before, I need to see the, I want to see the polytope as it goes in. Min-dist equals infinity. Okay, so that's where it's coming from. We should always have count going in. I don't wanna talk about it. Value bro. EW count for inf. I have non-checking here, by the way. Let's see what the actual distances are. I'm gonna guess that the dist is infinity. Or a non. What the fuck? It says that the count is 4. And it says that it goes through, but then... Oh no, the dists are non. The dists are non. Okay. So never mind, we can get rid of the stupid prints. So the dist is non. Then what the fuck is that? The face normals might be wrong. Oh, face normal might be wrong. Face normal, we may never, may never initialize the face normals. Oh, okay, okay. The face normals might be wrong. The face normals may be wrong. Okay, it's all nons. It's actually all nons. Everything is a non. What the fuck? It has to be bad before it hits EPA. It has to be bad before it hits EPA because there's no way. There's no way that's... It's obviously the polytope is bad, but I don't think that it's it's just the normals or anything like that. I don't think it's the winding. I think that somehow it just goes to shit. Like everything's a non. Yeah, everything's non. It's like, how does it get past GJK? We need to see every single support point. Every single support point that we get. I want to see what they are. Yeah, look at this. Nons. Oh, it's the matrix. It has to be the matrix. It has to be the matrix. That's the only thing that would cause that. What do I set the matrix to when we load in the GLTF stuff? Node global matrix. Doc nodes I. How about this? How about this? How about this? Let's just go asset nodes I dot global matrix map4 identity. Just to see, because it's just giving us nons right when it goes, right when it hits the matrix. No, it's still happening. Oh. Hold on a second. I think I just understood something that just crossed my mind. It looks like it hits its own points, and then the P goes to 0. But how does it hit its own points? I don't know. This is probably an edge case. Oh, you can't. Why does it still disappear if I return out? What I don't understand is how, I don't know, it's the matrix multiplication. It has to be. Let's print the matrix. It's gonna make everything so fucking slow because the amount of times we're gonna print it out, but let's just see what it is. Why do we have two different matrices going in here though? We only have one physics component, so why do we have two different A mats? There should only be one A. What the fuck? mn0 id equals mn id. Continue. I may not set that up, but when I make an entity, or rather when I spawn in an asset instance, I always set the mesh node ID, no? mn ID equals this. Something weird is going on here. I can add the non-check here, but basically what I think is happening here is we have two matrices where there should only be one matrix. And so if I had to guess, basically I think, why the fuck is this over here? I think one mesh thinks it's another mesh. Fuck you. Okay, so it is all one. And it did just disappear, but we don't get the non-printouts anymore. But it still disappears. Yeah, it was weird that because inside of here the matrix should no, because we also have a matrix, the player, so that also makes sense. But yeah, what's weird is that this when it disappears, it specifically support.a is that. Some uninitialized data. The only real answer there is to just print out all of the points. And so that's what I'm gonna do on a init mesh. But I need to do it just for that mesh. That's kind of a fucking pain in the ass. Nah, just print out the goddamn points here. So now we're printing out all of the points. But I don't see it here. So it doesn't actually happen until there's some uninitialized memory that happens. Or maybe not. This looks sketchy. That looks sketchy. That looks sketchy. That just looks very sketchy to me, that line of code. Yeah, I feel like just remove the non-check because it's not actually even helping us. I don't know. It's like I'm looking at the exact data where it turns to a non, and I don't understand why. I mean, it is the exact point, yeah. It is the exact point, yeah. But how? How do you get the exact... Somehow the same one has to be going through. I can probably just like test this by going into the find collision and testing the pointers. Right, because mn0 goes to mesh. m0 mn0 mesh. The meshes. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. I think I understand. I think I understand. This equals this mesh, but it's not this mesh. It's actually that's i.mesh. Let's just set this here then. Let's try that. I think that they're both referencing the same mesh. No. Let's prove it. Let's prove it. Let's prove it. Let's prove it. Okay, so that's the problem. That's the problem right there. They both have the same ID. They both have the same ID. Do I just not set this mesh ID? Node mesh, new mesh. I just don't set ID equals. All right, peace out, Anna. I guarantee that these are the same somehow. That these have the same. These are testing the same data against each other. Even if the mesh IDs are different, I know that it sounds weird, but I just have a feeling. We can probably test it by testing the pointers. Let's just test the pointers. Test the classic pointer test. See, that's exactly what we don't want to see. See, this is what I'm talking about. It's the same pointer. They have the same pointer. So how does the mesh get duplicated though? Maybe init mesh finds ball.obj or something. No. How do they have the same fucking... Let me try changing the order. Then we segfault. And why do we segfault? Init mesh build adjacency map 43. We just don't set it to 0. That's why. Where do I even fucking set this up, huh? Where do I set this up? Do I just never zero this? I don't know. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Have I tried Raylib? Not personally, no. I hear it's good. Okay. There's still the same pointer. There's still the same pointer. Oh my fucking god, this is gonna like make me lose my goddamn mind. I'm gonna fucking lose it. You're having fun? That sounds like a lot of fun, yeah. And now the nons again. Same pointer. Different mesh, same pointer. What the fuck? Let's go test something. When I init mesh, let's just say a knitting mesh there. The asset ID and shit. So a knitting mesh 2200110303 with the asset ID. It's asset ID. Wait, but why would that affect anything? Well, whatever. Let's just at least fix that. I mean, I doubt that that's the bug. What else is on here? We initialize all of that shit. I do that. The rest should be handled by the other stuff when we init the mesh later. Two meshes with the same asset ID would not cause this. It's not causing this bug. But they still get the same goddamn... Okay, at this point it must be the mesh nodes getting the same ID. At this point it must be the mesh nodes somehow having the wrong something. How did two different meshes have the same pointer? Doesn't make any sense. Makes no fucking sense. Let's test the... Let's test these IDs, the mesh node IDs, next. They have different mesh node IDs as well. It's just the pointer is just the same goddamn pointer across different meshes. Different meshes, the meshes of 3 and 0. There's 3 and 0 have the same pointer. Let's check the pointer. Let's check the pointer here. I have a feeling that two meshes have the same ID, have the same pointer, but different ID. No, they have a totally different fucking pointer. They have a totally different pointer. So this has to be something weird going on here, specifically here. M holes. M0 holes. So let's just do all of the pointers. Let's do all the pointers. M0. Let's just check all of the pointers. Let's do the meshes first. Wait, why do they now have different... Why do they now have different... Why do they now have different pointers? Was I just misreading this the whole time? I may have just been misreading the pointers the whole time. If so, I'm pissed. Well, let's just loop through them and then check the points. That's the only way to go about it. Okay, let's see. Let's compare the points. I knew it. They're the same. Except this one just doesn't have that many points. Wait, no, they aren't. They aren't. They aren't. I'm just reading it wrong. I'm just reading it wrong. I'm just reading it wrong. But I mean, then again, it only goes to none when it hits the bottom. So let's see. This is strange. That's strange because I expected to see the same points, but we have two separate points here. They are completely separate. But then they go to non. Where's that disk printout? That's within EPA. So it goes to it here, actually. So it enters into it here. So maybe I'm just looking in the wrong place. Maybe I'm just looking into it at the wrong place. This is exactly where it goes. We have a non in the normal of a face. Okay, you know what I didn't do? I didn't actually print out each support from here, which is what I should have done from the beginning. So it's actually a normal support. That support looks absolutely normal. But we get nons inside of here, I'm guessing. Hold on a second. I did some weird stuff here before. It may have been something like that. Fuck you. No. The fuck? Well, we have to print out the face, I guess, to see how it gets to be a non. This one's this one's throwing me for a loop, to be honest. Okay. It isn't there that happens. How do we not emit a face here? How does it go to none, but it doesn't emit a face? The fuck? That makes no fucking sense. How does it go to non if we're looping over the same goddamn data that we had before? It makes no sense. If it doesn't emit a face, you know, this is ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. Unless there's something here that I'm not seeing, which is possible. I'm kind of tired, but it's like, I'm just baffled. I'm baffled, okay? Because if you knew what the code is doing here, you would understand that it's basically looping through the same data again and again and again, and then it somehow goes to non. Just fucking randomly. Like, what? And it's like, I mean, just like, that's just crazy. It's just crazy. Also have this non-check here. Just there on purpose. But, yeah. And I bet that I check everything here and it's all non. It's gonna say that it's all non for this support for vertex. Yeah. Just the whole thing is non. I don't know. And it's the first one too. It's the very first index as well, which is so strange because this is what it was beforehand. And then it loops through and then it hits this on the next iteration when it adds a new support, which is just bizarre to me. Hold on a second. Oh, no. I mean, like, I think it has to be some like weird memory thing. Is it index 0? And this was just index 0. And there's no way that I overwrite or touch that data in any case. Unless, I mean, I'm corrupting the stack in some way, but it's like, I mean, maybe I do. Maybe we need to track the counts, because we don't actually track the counts for anything. So let's do that. Let's print the indices count, the vertices count, because I may be going out of bounds. But I mean, there just isn't that amount of vertices to even go out of bounds. You get what I mean? There's not even that many. It's a VT count 4. Wait a second. VT count 8, 6, 7, 10, 7, 4, 4. Oh, is this a new iteration? Is this a new iteration? I fucking exited it too early. It is a new iteration. It is a new iteration, so I'm completely wrong here. I mean, based on the printouts, I thought that it wasn't, because I had checked the polytope earlier, and it said that the polytope was fine. Or maybe it didn't. Am I misremembering that? I think I'm misremembering that, and that's why we were checking GJK. Oh, yes, so we just went in a loop. I already checked this, and it did come back as non. Yeah. I did check this. I did. And then we followed it back, and yeah. Okay, so I just went in a giant loop because I thought that it was here based on something, and now I'm realizing that it's probably here again. It's probably here again. That point isn't on the hole though. We already checked. That point isn't on the hole, so I don't know why it's giving me that. We have to get rid of some of this shit because it's not helping us at all. Okay. Yeah, I think it's fucking cooked, to be honest. I don't usually say this very much, but I've actually just came to the conclusion that we have corrupted the stack so bad somewhere that this is just broken, even though it shouldn't be. I don't think that there's a bug here at all. I think that we've just corrupted the stack somewhere else. Because there's actually no way for that to ever happen. There's no way for that to ever happen. There's literally a 0% chance that ever happens. It's just that we have broken something somewhere else during the GLTF parsing, probably. So I have to fix that, and I have to trace it back. But yeah. Like this, for example, like it getting this value it's just not possible. You know, it's just not possible. Like A and B cannot get the same points. on the support, you know. They just can't. They just can't. It almost has me thinking like maybe this is like a problem with this pointer. I have to try and trace it back, but I actually, you know, the more I think about it, I just don't think that there's a bug here. I think that, you know, stack corruption, something like that. It happens. It happens. Yeah, I mean, we get the same value twice. And it's within here. We get the same value twice. Yeah, I think it might be fucking cooked. Oh, man. Yeah, it's two different pointers. It's two different pointers. And are those the same pointers that have been going the whole time? ED0410? No, it's not. Oh no, it is. ED0410. .410 is 1626. ED0 has 02. Here's what I'm going to do. I want to remove us from the equation. And so just to make sure that we aren't affecting anything, the player, I'm just going to get rid of collision. So that it doesn't actually check GJK against what this is checking it with. Just to make sure that the pointers are, that we're not affecting it at all. It looks like we hit a non here, and this doesn't look like something that would give us a non. Okay. Maybe we have a divide by 0 here. Because the matrix is just fucked somehow. Let's try that. No. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Oh, shit. The matrix has nons in it. The matrix has nons in it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit. How does that happen? The only thing that updates it is this. This composes TRS from mesh node here. So let's just print mat4 on here before and after we integrate the position, just to see exactly when it goes to non. Goes to non here. How about this? How about this? How about this? Let's just get rid of the rotation code. I have a feeling that for some reason this isn't initialized correctly or something. The translation is non, non, non. How far back do the nons go? That's all I want to know. Why are there nons everywhere? What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, I'm gonna be so pissed if it's like some velocity bullshit. Oh my god, is it? Is that it? Oh my god, you piece of fucking shit. Why are there nons in the velocity? Why? When does that happen? Why are there nons in the velocity, you fucking freak? Oh no. Okay, is it when we do this? Oh my god, you fucking freak. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. No. Wait, what? Wait, hold on a second. This doesn't print out here for one frame. What? Unless I left the other, I may have left the other one down here. No, I didn't. Okay, hold on. I need the matrix at the end because it goes to non, and I need to see that. But hold on a second. It doesn't go through this? New iter. New frame. Non. New frame. Non. New frame. Fine. Okay. 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 Okay, so the velocity at the start is fine. The velocity at the start is fine. So what you're telling me is that somewhere in the middle, I swear to God, if it takes me to the collision code again, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm actually gonna lose it. I'm gonna like fucking actually lose my mind. Where does the velocity go to non though? Like it doesn't touch it anywhere else. Fucking Christ. Dude, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Oh, it has to be in the impulse resolution then. It has to be in the impulse resolution. It has to be. Okay, so let's just prove this right now. Because I need to prove something right now because this is ridiculous. Okay. It is something in here that sets it to non. Now where? I have no clue how it gets set to non. Zero clue. To be completely honest. It might have to do... There are a couple of things we could check, right? We could check the mass should be fine. We could check the we could check the IIA, the inverse inertia. Other than that, can't really know for sure. Oh, we're not even going against a non-static object. We're actually just completely against this, so we don't even have to worry about that. Let's just start commenting parts out. Let's just comment out the fucking friction. I don't know, just to see. No, it still goes to non. The mat 3 is none. Sorry. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Yes. This is what it is. This is what it is. The inverse inertia doesn't get set up properly, probably because of this. Probably because of this. Because the AABB isn't set up properly, or something like this. Let's see. Let's see. On a knit. On a knit. Inf. Yes. 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 The mesh AABBs. That's what it is. That's what the problem is. Where do I calculate the mesh AABB? Don't tell me I do it in when I load in. Where do I calculate this? Calculate AABB extents. Wait, where do I get the extents though? Oh my god, are you fucking stupid? Are you stupid, bro? Oh my god. Oh my god. I literally have this here. I just don't do it. I thought that it was in a different part of the code base. This. I didn't think that I did it when I was parsing in. Oh. Oh. I think that you do the actual V. I'm not really sure. It might actually be the P before you get to the V, but I'm just gonna do exactly what gets put in the thing. Well, I got stuck on this for a long time. This was driving me up a fucking wall. I'm so glad that it's over. I was so confused. Why are there nons? Where are the nons? Where are the nons? and you know. We need to. Is this at the end of a mesh or a sub mesh? It's at the end of a mesh. Does this return? No. Okay. Now time to get rid of all the goddamn comments. That's gonna be fun. We have touchdown. We have touchdown. Holy shit. And we removed the player collision, so we don't even get to celebrate. Color scheme in Helix. You could do exclamation point theme. I did put my theme on the GitHub recently because people were asking for it. But it is my own. It is my own. Now to get rid of all the fucking prints. Like genuinely, we have probably so many things to get rid of. I was so confused. That was so confusing because the nons were like so deep in the code that I thought that there was like some edge case with EPA because that's where the nons were showing up, but it actually, the nons had nothing to do with the points, even though they were coming up in the points. The nons were actually the inertia matrix, which had uninitialized data inside of it that I had no clue. I had no clue about that. Would have never guessed that in a million fucking years, to be honest. This is new frame coming. New frame. Okay, we can turn the player collision back on and celebrate. Player collision. Where are you? Player collision. Okay. Okay, can we bring back the other ball, bring back the cube? We're very happy to bring back the cube, bring back the everything, bring back this, bring back that. Nice. Is this supposed to be false or true? What is this again? Is static false? Right. And the ball is a GLTF. We have touchdown with the GLTFs. That was suffering. That was really suffering. I didn't know if I was gonna get through it, to be honest, but we did. For whatever reason, it does feel. Maybe I'm just tripping. I'm probably just tripping. It is weird that darkness. Like, what is that about? I don't know what that's about. Like, what is that? I think there might be some problems with the normals, to be honest. I think that's probably what it is. There's probably some weird shit going on with the normals. Or maybe the probes? I have no clue. Anyway, lots of fun. Lots of fun. I've got to figure out what that's about. We try loading in the ball as a .obj as well, and then see if it's just this or if there's some reason or rhyme to it. Lots of fun. We got indirect for the skybox done. We got indirect. We got lots of stuff done today. Did I just spawn it off into space? Bro. Oh, I don't add it to the buffer, that's why. Gotta automate all of that, I don't know. Okay, so let's see if it only happens on the GLTF. It doesn't. It happens on both of them. It happens on both of them. And they do have smooth normals, so I'm not sure why. Or does it? Oh no, it does. It does. Well. Alright, fun stuff. We got the GLTF stuff working. Now animations, I don't know if animations work yet. I don't really have anything to test that with. Or the pipeline setup, but that should be soon. It's cool. Cool to get the to get that working again. It's cool to be able to change materials and stuff like that. It is kind of weird the Fresnel kind of fucks up the certain materials, so I have to look at the math for that, because obviously like that kind of sucks. Open the mat and then change the properties, but that actually doesn't really do anything. So as far as emissives go, we don't really know if that works yet, so it's also that. But yeah, pretty cool. Sorry, I kind of did crash out at the end there. But it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. I did crash out there for a second though. I'm sorry. I had to crash out, because if I didn't, then who was gonna crash out? Alright, I'm out of here soon. In a second. I just want to see it all together. Cool. Ooh. The nons. We gotta wait for the blur. And finished. Wonderful. 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 With the indirect, it looks good. It looks really good. Obviously it is kind of weird that it's just like this texture of leaves. I really chose a weird texture to test all this out on, but yeah, the indirect is way darker than the other stuff, so I probably fucked something up somehow, but I may have turned off something when I was doing the other shit, but whatever. All right. I mean, at this point, I mean, you're just kind of ready to, make some assets and then make a game. I mean, really, what else do you really need other than probably like some memory allocation systems and stuff like that? All right, cool. Peace out.